The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall continue to follow me all the days of this protracted experience of death, and I will dwell in the house of the most superintelligent, power, source, and force of love and creation forever. What's happening? Benton here. Just weighed the load. We're at about 77,000 gross, headed up to Minnesota to check out the riots. Actually, that's not what we're doing. We're headed to Minnesota from Lubbock, Texas. Got a full shift to drive and another full shift to drive tomorrow, bearing the unforeseen, or barring 1,141 miles to go. Let's see if maybe I can complain about people's driving less today as compared to yesterday's live stream. Made it to the customer to pick up a load yesterday by about 9:30, 10 o'clock, somewhere in there. And I said, come back at 1. Your appointment's at 2 p.m. However, we will graciously allow you to return as early as 1 p.m. So that afforded me a leisurely trip to the Walmart Supercenter. And I'm pleased to report that the general public, at least at this time, is no longer infatuated with my facial appearance and my just general attractiveness. Although I will say that certain parts of the country aren't that huge of a fan anyway. But checked myself out in some mirrors and said, yeah, I can see it. See why they aren't quite responding as strongly. But then some of that is cyclical, with the ladies especially. And finally, pretty sure I know what the problem is at the Whole Foods. It's a sex addicts in there at 8 in the morning trying to troll for some strange, and that's you, Ben. Not in the sense that they want, but I think you know what I mean. The strange part, they haven't seen me. Anybody else silly enough to engage in their depravities and perversions with them, that's probably already happened. Fresh fish. Gross. So no, am I not on the interstate? Where are I was going east. See, this thing changed its mind. How is this possible? No, it didn't. Oh, I see. We don't. Okay. I see what it is. The first 3 hours or so is not interstate, but then it's basically all interstate after that. Okay, that makes sense. There's several different routes available. Finally, just settled on the default route that the. Actually, that's not true. The took the backup route that the GPS gives. There's more expressway in about 30 more miles, but it's about the same amount of time, supposedly. The other route, a lot of it is 2-lane highway, which is always a bit of a crapshoot. Plus, I need my internet then. Hang on, we're getting out of town. I really want to try to get into this discourse till we get out of town here. I have some thoughts. No live chat, of course. Maybe perhaps the audience, if there is such a thing, is getting used to that. I saw there was another content creator in the space, so-called truth community. This says something about the nature of YouTube, that it was, the #1 recommended video feed. It's a live stream with 5 viewing, and I did not recognize the little avatar icon. I did not recognize the thumbnail, nor did I recognize the name of the channel. Something about libtard. Forget what it's called. Maybe it's still on there. Let's see. It's still #1. Heck, maybe you'll go watch that. This story. Total libtard death, all in caps. And the stream is called Total Content Death. So that might still be live. Check that out. Let's see how many are viewing. Yeah, 5 viewing. Not that there's anything wrong with that. That's probably quite a bit more than over here at the moment. It's interesting to see this, certain factions of the so-called truth community, seemingly adopting a narrative or a so-called worldview or an ideology and running with it. I guess blame everything on the libtards, I guess. I'll try to stay out of the details of what I know about economics and politics and all of these things. And I'm finding I'm having less and less inclination and energy for these live streams. I do want to say from the outset, shout out to anybody who's, listened for any appreciable period of time. And there's been a hardcore group of people that have more or less stuck with me as long as they could. I understand with all the Christ talk and, many of the views that are espoused these days on this channel. I understand why it wouldn't be for many folks. And then, like yesterday's stream, just not an altogether good performance objectively, which is fine. That happens. And it hasn't been too many mornings that I've started my shift driving, and I thought to myself, well, maybe I'll just not bother to live stream today. And in fact, my YouTube feed is at what is perhaps an all-time low. And maybe it's that way for everybody, but I'm struggling to find content. And Audible.com is total trash, but I'm actually considering might as well go back to the audiobooks at this point. No real reason not to. So, I think the channel's probably effectively over with as far as whatever it has been historically with the fairly consistent content generally, if not daily, and daily at times, certainly. And I've suspected this to be the case for quite some time. And certainly looks like the royal we is on the precipice of whatever that transition will look like. And I'm sure that I will still have thoughts, ideas to convey from time to time. And, if not, keep it going at least while I'm truck driving, if only to sort of sort out my own thoughts. And in reviewing the disjointed nature of yesterday's live stream, remembering the things that I started to say that I said in my own mind that I had access to that never made it out of the mouthpiece into the microphones of the earbuds and onto the so-called airwaves. One of which was to blame so-called conservatives for a lot of the corruption because of the diversion of funds that supposedly were earmarked and intended for, to help people. The idea of these learning centers for disabled kids or whatever it was. Of course, one of the centers had the word learning misspelled, which again, the idea that the realm has a sense of humor, how many people even notice that? How many are paying attention? And how many noticed it and just thought, well, that's strange. Moved on with their lives. What is there to be done anyway? Realistically. But the reality is, Christians, historically in America, the idea of a so-called Christian nation. I'm already in a little town here. But I don't speed through the little towns. Watch my ass. Oh, and the lane's already ending, so no, it says road may flood. And what's that rattling? It's not going to work. What is that? What could it be? Now, I haven't pulled a heavy load in a while, but it makes me wonder if they can reprogram my truck remotely, because there's nothing wrong with it mechanically, but it's like the turbo's just not boosting at all. But I know it's working. Strange. Very strange. And the transmission, I floored it, and the transmission wouldn't downshift. Anyway. But I would actually blame the people who don't want to take ownership of administrating the programs that help, the less fortunate. And so who's left to do it? So-called libtards and Democrats. So-called conservatives don't go to college and get degrees in things like social work or sociology or whatever. It's this idea of the trades. And, there's really no point in going to college, unless a person's going to do something that's fairly job specific. Well, and yes, there's some validity to that, most likely. But then, is the so-called Christian seeking to serve mammon, money, or the love of money, or are they doing things for the love? Because the Democrats, so-called libtards, so-called, will say, well, they know that they're not likely to make a ton of dough when they go into social work, but it's their compassion, right? Now, whether or not that's the case, it is sort of the honor system in society. What what can the individual really do other than take that person's word for it and maybe be a little suspicious? But we know, again, the right wing, so-called, doesn't want anything to do with this type of job. So who is there? And even if it's outside the realm of college degrees, these are people who politically, especially through the 501(c) churches, it would be all about, okay, well, tight purse strings. And yes, of course, there must be programs to help the most disadvantaged, right? Actual disabled, like bedridden, iron lung, all their limbs float off in the war type of folks. And so what I see is that those types turn their backs and don't pay any mind whatsoever to what's going on, with those programs. And then it's left to the color blue, Democrats, lefties, commies, socialists, so-called liberals. That's who administrates these programs. And so now we get into, well, one is either part of the problem or one part of the solution, which I don't actually find to be true necessarily, especially without applying specific context. But, waiting around 5 years and then allowing, insane amounts of untold billions of dollars in fraud that just, meanwhile, if America wants to funnel money to other countries, couldn't that be a means to do so? Who decides which Somali woman ends up at the what's supposed to be a daycare or care facility for 3 different autistic people who apparently don't even exist necessarily? but there's somebody's rented a building, and there's a Somali woman, there, and again, probably a psyop, not entirely real. Well, as real as anything else going on here, and now we've reached waking dreams, surrealistic, unreality, deja vu all over again territory within the world of death, game, lies. Oh, look, another little town. How lovely. Stay disciplined. This is a lot of truckers end up getting tickets because they don't want to slow down for the towns. It makes sense because they blast through here at 3 in the morning so many times and never see a cop. It's like, yeah, you don't see exactly until the time that the cop pulls you over and gives you a ticket in some one horse town. The only way to avoid that, sir, is to never speed through the little town, regardless of the observable conditions on the ground. Oh man, not on very much sleep. The trailer wasn't loaded until 7 p.m. Oh, I started to tell that story and got lost in my sauce. So yeah, came back at 1, waited around. They put me in the door at some point and just kind of laid around and barely dozed off. And then they were done. And then I parked on the property and got about maybe 4.5 hours of sleep. That's enough. Once we get that deep into the afternoon, if I'm picking up a load at, so I tried to go in the morning, and sometimes they just go ahead and load you right away, and I would have been happy to drive 5 hours. Start talking about get into an hour and a half past 2 hour appointment before they even put me in the dock door. It's like, all right, we're pretty much done for the day at that point. So it worked out. Shockingly, I've been on my normal sleep schedule for, I don't know, at least 2 weeks now. So that's encouraging. And this is another reason why I find it inconvenient to do anything other than work 7 days a week when I do long haul trucking is I find that living in the truck is easier than trying to stop and start and take so-called home time or, even just 34-hour restart in a motel or whatever. It's easier to keep working every day. Less friction. So yeah, I don't know that, individuals are really able to understand when they see things going wrong in the news cycle. And that's one of the interesting parts of the so-called truth community is understanding on some level psyops and the mind control and, the left-right paradigm and the fact that there's, it's effectively a one-party system. There's really not conservatives in the government, I will go ahead and give Trump some credit. And in fact, I gave Trump credit for me getting my CDL. I didn't credit him for me having a CDL. I said, I don't think it's a coincidence that I was out of the job market almost entirely for damn near a decade. And, my transition back into the workforce happened to coincide more or less with his election for the first term. I don't believe that to have been a coincidence. And I'll go ahead and credit again, if you want to give that to Trump, I don't give the credit to the human being, but I guess the actors playing a good role, right? Or the actors doing putting on a fine performance might be the best way to put it. Kudos to you, sir. But I would say post pandemic, this probably the last month is the best time I've had in trucking. Now there's still problems. There's always bullshit and problems, but this, and I'm always skeptical, but this government crackdown of the industry, at least for now, seems to be real. And I remember getting asked about the whole idea that Arkansas had begun at least experimenting many months ago now. I think before I went back to truck driving, with the notion of actually enforcing the English language portion of truck driving. And there was like a famous TikTok video that went viral about it. And my notion was, well, I will believe it when I see it. But yeah, it's possible. And Arkansas seems like the type of place that would just go ahead and say, oh, it might be on. You're telling me that the government is now signaling to go ahead and start doing this? Yeah, they seem like one of the places. Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas to a lesser extent. That's the first states I would think of, and I don't necessarily think of Arkansas first because I'm from there, but it doesn't hurt. And it's not a racism or a xenophobia. It is a bit of an ignorance in a way, which is, and some of it is the memeology around having these, Arkansans, some of which they talk and communicate in similar fashion to myself at times, and to much of the country come across as quite unintelligent. So, especially to one of these so-called libtards, to hear what they're going to interpret as some just complete blithering idiot bumpkin from Arkansas, bully. What they're going to see is bullying a person from another country who's not really fluent in English. That does present a very specific type of imagery to somebody. And I've spent enough time in places like California and other areas, and it reminds me also of, we had this drunk. I called him Stinky because once they get to a certain stage of alcoholism, their rectum damn near killed them, doesn't really work anymore. So it's like incontinence combined with anal leakage. And I apologize for being gross, but that's just what it is. And so the Starbucks in Goleta, which is not the correct pronunciation, but I can't hit the proper pronunciation. I can go Goleta or Goleta, neither of which is the way that the locals say it. It's in Santa Barbara County, at a nice upscale shopping center. Modern at the time. Starbucks, modern Starbucks. They've since updated it. And see, they've made it where Stinky, if he's still around, he can't hang out. It's just the physical space has been completely rearranged. There's no more accommodation for Stinky. There was like seating, comfortable plush cushions and all of this. Stinky would come in there and put his fucking bio waste all over it every morning. He fucking stank, which, look, man, out in the open air, it's fine. I'm not worried about it. I would not have a word to say to Stinky except, Starbucks at the time was accommodating the us homeless, and I would be in there charging and using the Wi-Fi and such in the mornings. Well, here's Stinky. Somebody's bought him a coffee, or Stinky most likely went and found a cup out of the trash and just went up there and demanded a refill for free. Right? He's not paying. Stinky ain't paying. And at a certain point, I just basically had all I could stand and couldn't stand no more, and was just treating him like a man. He's in there, drunk and wet brained at 6 a.m. Just treating him like Arkansas would treat him. Like, hey, man, what the fuck is this? You got to get it together, buddy. Like, we can't be having this, man. And some local, Californian just tried to get all up in my grill about it. Like, you're bullying him and this and that. And I was just basically like, hey, buddy, like, mind your business. Like, what is this, man? Leave me alone. But, and it's just my own, like, aggressive manner was the problem, not Stinky's, bio waste, unhygienically, and that could actually give somebody an infection, like, for real, like, no bullshit. That's real. That can actually, and I'm a person here who's not into hygiene, and I'm pretty fucking tolerant of germs and all of this. When I'm talking about something potentially giving somebody, some kind of really serious illness, just because he left and they walked in and sat in whatever he left behind, maybe they put their hand down, and next thing you know, they rub their eyes, and it's a wrap. Now they got the bubonic plague. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, this is possible on some level. So when I'm thinking this way, it's like, yeah, this is a problem, right? And I'm basically telling Stinky, like, hey, man, like, you've crossed, you can't be in here, basically. They're not going to run you off. I'm running you off. Which my way of running him off is just harassing the fuck out of him until he chooses to go somewhere else. And so we see that the people who lived there, more or less at that time, they wanted this guy in there making everything gross and disgusting. And, I'll go ahead and give them some credit over there at, whatever we want to call that faction of the so-called truth community. They're not wrong, right? They are correct in their assessments of your Southern California types. Oh, I go there regularly. I know these folks. And I'll say it on something, they've had enough on some level. The fucking so-called libtards had enough. That's a thing. Absolutely. Now, what it is politically with the communism and the collectivism, they're not free to come and say it. So that's where they need to be authorized. See, so the lefty, the commie needs to be authorized by the communist propaganda, what I call the up to the minute monkey dance today, or they just have to do it on the down low, QT, right? It's sort of covertly run off the home. And, not really support it outright. But then, shout out to Los Angeles. I like Los Angeles way more than I thought I would, because you've got lots of areas in Los Angeles where the locals are like, look, we don't give a fuck. We got a certain amount of money. We're worth 20 million or 10 million. Some of us live in Venice or wherever. And, these people pitching tents on our literal front lawns, and, literally sharpening, machetes right outside our entryway to our house. We're over it, And I've seen certain people in entertainment who have been willing to openly state it. Just say, look, man, we're not fucking having it. You ain't got to go home. You got to get up out of here. And we know you don't have a home, but even calling them homeless is a step in the right direction. They're homeless people. It's what they are, man. They're not the unsheltered, unhoused, or whatever. I heard that term first time. But because this is so anathema to the person who thinks that they're right wing, the right winger doesn't want anything to do with this. They say, well, yeah, just let the churches run it, in the middle part of the country. And if you want to get off the drugs and you want to have access to employment and programs, go through the faith-based recovery. Of course, that's even corrupted, as we see. I was talking about that a little bit yesterday. I didn't really get to cover it like I wanted to, but maybe I'll talk more about that. I'm kind of got a head of steam going here. And so the lefties are over it. And they will clean up Cali because they're going to have to, because here comes the Olympics. And, if the powers that be decide Gavin Newsom's going to be the president, then, pardon me, he will be the president. And, budgetarily, California probably has to clean up a little bit of its mess at this point. They've tried some things that are just not economically going to work out. And California, in my experience, very misunderstood, especially financially. California it's in a class of its own when it comes to economics. You can talk about Texas all you want. You can talk about New York State all you want. Cali's on a whole nother level when it comes to money. The GDP of the state is far beyond even the other larger states. It ain't even close. Nobody ever says, well, Texas was its own country, it'd be the number 10 economy in the world. Like, no, that's not a thing. Right? Or New York. It's like, yeah, I understand Texas has about the same population as California and nowhere near the GDP. It's again, California stands alone. And America only measures in money, folks. California's king when it comes to that. It's just what it is. And the fact is, they do have some autonomy in that regard. And more law and order going on than you might suspect. I've seen it. So part of this, whatever the guy's channel was, Total Libtard. See, I've already forgotten what it was. Total Libtard Death. Well, so we see, and I'm guilty of this as well, but we see all of these TikToks and all these ideas that, in LA and California, you can steal up to $1,000 a day and blah, blah, blah. Well, I've seen multiple people cuffed and stuffed in Echo Park for shoplifting. Yeah, I've seen the same guy walk into CVS and or Walgreens, I think it is, next to the Lassens, my hippy dippy grocery store in Echo Park, and walk out the front door with whatever. And some of the times whoever's the security guard just feels like fucking with him, and they go chase him down and they take their shit back, run him off. And then, at some point he comes back and walks out with the items that he knows he can take to a certain part of town nearby and trade for drugs. And then people, or somebody gives him a few dollars cash and he can go cop. And then, that's next thing you know, there's a street vendor selling, a 24 pack of toilet paper or whatever on the street. Seen all of this. And so the reason why the cops don't show up and stuff that dude is he's like my boy Stinky from Santa Barbara County. He's bio fucking hazard. You just take one look at this guy and you're like, I ain't touching that. Getting anywhere near this guy. And he knows it on some level. And he's sort of free to do whatever the fuck he wants as a result. And, if he wanders around with a machete, it's like at a certain point, who's going to fucking say anything to him? Well, as long as he doesn't get hopped up on a bunch of meth. He's probably somebody who got hopped up on a bunch of meth years ago and would terrorize downtown with a machete. Like he's burned out beyond that. Somehow he survived. Like you just look at these zombies, like man, that just turns into a sport. Like this is the highest level of like, a 10,000 Americans go and take it to the streets and just shoot whatever's available into their veins over a period of time. This is apex predator of that world. Like this motherfucker can't be killed by conventional means, right? I don't respect what happened. I don't respect how he's living, but I respect it on some level. It's like, yeah, man, you the shit, homie. I mean, when it comes to whatever that is. But then, so the people who the cops look at and say, yeah, we will go hands on with this bozo, we'll throw him in jail. But yeah, guess what? The cops do show up on occasion and put that motherfucker in cuffs and take him down to the LA County jail. I've seen it happen twice, watched it happen. So you can't tell me, oh, it's a fucking open season on the stores. Well, it is, but it's not. Right. It is, but it's not. Now, who's stealing from the stores in Middle America? The motherfucking employees. It's whoever Dollar Tree and Dollar General are hiring, and they're stealing 20,000. Because I know it, because I've seen the fucking body cam videos. I've seen the interrogation videos. That ain't Cali. That's Middle America. That ain't the coast. That ain't the Northeast. Now, sometimes it is the Northeast. I've seen at least one in the Northeast, but it's by and large, it's the middle part of the country. Because the cops ain't having the shoplifting, and then some of the stores are smart enough, and it's generally more in the cities, I think. Let's let them steal 5 Gs, so we're really going to fuck up their permanent record, right? It's not. And so these idiots, and if they're drug addicts, they don't care. All they care about is getting their drugs for the day. But, the ones who think that, they're some kind of criminal mastermind and they're going to just hit every fucking Walmart in the area. Well, guess what? Every Walmart in the area is tied into the same surveillance system. They all communicate with each other with the assistance of AI. And Walmart is documenting all of this until they know they're going to put 10 Gs on this. The one shoplifter, they're going to put 10 Gs on for shoplifting, and they're going to get charged and convicted of motherfucking felonies in Oklahoma, and they're fucked. And what if Donald Trump comes along and actually forces people to work, right? Okay, good luck getting a job under that scenario, right? Now it's forced labor. It's already forced labor, but I don't even want to get into that. And so you see all aspects of the system operate sort of in concert against what? The people. This realm makes an enemy of what I am. And so I started this because I thought I was going to give Donald Trump a little credit, at least the actor, right? But yeah, I'm finding I'm having a lovely time in trucking lately, and part of that is what I would say is good, actual, proper American values is to have hard workers such as myself who are somewhat educated, right? Who will more often than not do the right thing. And yeah, I've let my employer talk me into sort of abusing the personal conveyance option to some extent, but overall, I'm not committing fraud. I'm not doing the job correctly. Such as yesterday when I had some downtime after my trip to Walmart, and I took 30 minutes at the fuel island, and I aired up the fucking tires. to the proper PSI, and that's we're going to get better fuel economy as a result. And so then I watch a YouTube video, and it's like, hey, the chicken coops have all this technology now, and they're scanning they're getting the heat signatures of the tires and the airlines and all this. And so, when they pull somebody in for an inspection, they already know some of the drive tires are underinflated. So part of this is I used to get picked out and harassed in certain states like New Mexico, most likely simply because I was a white male. Let's just call it what it is. Yeah, something's going on with this truck. This ain't even a hill, and I can't get up it. I'm a little wondering also why my window wouldn't roll up the other day, and I had to turn the truck off and back on. I think they remotely fucking updated the software, put me on a more fuel efficient program. So at some point I'll be talking to the owner of the company. But hey, as long as they keep giving me what I need, I don't give a fuck. Oh no, it took me 15 minutes longer to get there today. Who cares? I don't give a fuck. If I'm having most of my needs met and preferences met, what do I care? Flexibility is, one of the best things I can offer. And so all these foreigners were blasting by they were bypassing all the way stations, and nobody was fucking with them. And now, see, even Arkansas wasn't fucking with them. Now, yeah, Arkansas would pull in just about everybody from time to time and, overlook a few things. But then Arkansas, guess what? They have still more of the outdated waste. They probably don't have all of this technology yet. For the updated, you get the heat signatures and do all of this stuff, and through surveillance. But then the cops, just culturally, they're going to fucking check everybody out at a certain point. And so they were catching some of the foreigners or some of the white people or the people from America even who just said, fuck it, we'll just run outlaw till they catch us. Which, really, that's not even really a thing anymore. But I think you see where I'm going with this. So I was maybe I would get pulled in and inspected in Arkansas or Mississippi, and maybe I wouldn't. It really was random, right? Versus they tried to pull me in 6 times and within 30 days in New Mexico. Like that can't ever be random. That's mathematically, that's nearly impossible. It's effectively impossible math. It's effectively impossible mathematics. Effectively. Again, it's like winning the fucking Powerball twice in a row. That's how unlikely that would be. Very unlikely. Did I ever finish my coffee? Let's see here. Yes, I did. So what I found is it didn't look like to me there was a period of time when a lot of these states, they weren't really pulling anybody in. And so with respect to this government crackdown, and I think they were waiting, the officials of those states were sort of waiting to see how the thing was going to shake out. And so back to strong authority, when the state troopers and the DOT in Arkansas, when they're order followers and they see that the federal government, is sort of not really wanting them to crack down on truckers, their thing is, well, they're still going to crack down because it's what they do, but they're mostly going to do it during these blitzes Well, the foreigner's just not going to drive during the blitzes, or they're only going to drive at night, or they're going to, these these underground networks of outlaws will have some kind of, they'll be really good at, this sort of this underground railroad of sending each other information. They'll avoid it as much as they can, and some of them will get caught, and that's fine. Whatever. That's happening anyway, right? But part of this is your order followers of strong authority. When the corrupt government signals to back off, they back off because they need to be authorized to really drop the fucking hammer. But they're still going to drop the hammer here and there, just because it's what they do. Otherwise they wouldn't have gone into they wouldn't have became a state trooper in the first place. And so that's the spirit of that first viral video. It's people culturally from where I'm from who are old school and just, at some point during their fucking work week, they ain't having it. Somebody's getting, in trouble, and it's all by the book. It's just what it is. Tough but fair. But now it's like, oh, the government's telling them that it's on. Oh, it's on. Because remember, the state of Arkansas during the first Trump term could have just said, okay, well, Trump's president, and we're cracking down on truckers. And we know Trump would be in favor of this, and this is what we're doing. That didn't happen. Now, a big part of that probably was, we got to keep the supply chain is having problems because of the pandemic. So, that was probably part of it. And then Biden is the president. And so it's like, let's blame it all on Biden. Well, a lot of what went on during Biden was happening under Trump. It's just, they gave it the COVID pass. Like, yeah, but that was because of COVID. Okay, well, I guess, whatever. So you want to talk about, well, it was a one-term Biden, and then coming on the heels of a one-term Trump. Actually, it was a two-term hybrid. It really was Donald Trump and Biden. It was like an 8-year administration, and they kind of shared it, but not at the same time. It became like this bizarre hybrid, as far as I can tell. And now it's seemingly morphing into this more authoritarian, so-called fascist. It at least appears fascist, right? But it's always authoritarian. It's what flavor of authoritarianism? Oppress me harder, daddy. It's the oppress me harder, daddy form of authoritarianism. Because remember, the sexual depravity of the left, they want to have sex with the authoritarianism. Like literally, they want to have sex with it. The repressed so-called right wing, wants to be humiliated by it in a certain type of way sexually. But make no mistake, part of the interface with authoritarianism individually is at the level of sex. On some level, it's the individual attempting to have sex with the authoritarianism. Now, if people don't understand that about themselves, I can't help. How do you think I understand this within myself to some extent? So when I see somebody made a sticker and they stuck it to a side of a metal fucking, whatever houses all the circuitry and wiring to run the traffic signal, and it's a sticker with a meme that says "Oppress me harder, daddy," and it's like the Punisher skull, but it's crying and shedding a single tear, right? Because now it's all sad because fascism is taking over. They're like, how are we going to have sex with, basically, like, how are we going to have sex with the right-wing fascists, more or less? Like, this doesn't seem possible. It's like, well, back to the Nazis and how stylish the uniforms were, and then this, I forget which stylist supposedly did their outfits. It's like, yeah, because these left wing they're trying to have sex with the fucking oppressors. They're trying to have sex with the fascists on some level, or at least can we change these bozos into something that that might be fuckable, like for real. Like, I know it sounds insane. I insane. On some level, this is what's happening. And, again, I hate to be gross, but if you look at what supposedly encompasses a lot of human behavior, it's a whole bunch of specifically shaped objects, whether inert or biological, seemingly possessed life, right? Inhabiting physical fucking cavities for periods of time. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. And when you look at what percentage of the American people are daily viewing pornography, isn't that what most of pornography is? Unclothed human bodies having objects inserted into them. I mean, isn't that what we're talking about here? At least, generally 50% of the participants or more. Right? I mean, I don't know. I'm just breaking it down. And I don't even look at porn. It's I finally divorced myself from that. But then, and again, I don't want to get graphic, but I'll just, it is what it is. The equipment has to be operated. There's a certain thing that has to be operated on it. Something of a regular basis. That's just a necessity. It has to happen. Or there starts to be very uncomfortable side effects involving the prostate. I'm a man of a certain age. Like, it's just what it is. So, what I look at? I'm not embarrassed by this. Basically, not BBWs, but what would be considered fat women. And you know why? Because I've never not been attracted to women, and I mean just actual, real deal women. Women. And that's pretty much doesn't exist anymore. Because when I think woman, I don't think Instagram model. So when I'm, because I like to listen to certain content around bodybuilding, and a YouTube short hits my feed, and it's a woman with a muscular back. Yeah, doesn't bother me at all. But it's the buttocks. I'm like, that's not a woman's. That's a man's buttocks. That's not a woman's buttocks, right? It's not. And what are the Instagram models doing? They're all getting in the most form-fitting workout gear possible, and they're showing their fat-free buttocks. Well, an actual man who's physically attracted to a woman, the buttocks has a lot of fat on it. And I don't mean a BBL. I'm talking about, and I also don't even mean a fat ass. I'm just talking about what a biological woman historically looked at like in a swimsuit or a pair of jeans, for fuck's sake. I'm not even talking about naked chick. And I don't. At this point, I can see them from the front. I'm talking about still images with no nudity here, folks. Google image searches. And so that's what happens to the male after not watching any pornography for 2 years. Effectively is, oh, look, now women are visually attractive again. Can you believe it? And guess who's not visually appealing anymore? Motherfucking Instagram models. I can't I can't scroll through, and I don't have Instagram. I've never used it, but if I did, I can't scroll through it and look at these models. I will not. That will not facilitate me. If I need to operate my equipment twice a month on minimum, looking at those women won't help. That doesn't help. My mind will come up with something better than that. If you want to talk effectiveness, that's not attractive to an actual. It's not. Now, yeah, a 20-year-old. I'm talking about as a 50-year-old man. That's not attractive to any of us, unless society and culture and all of these various mechanisms has programmed us in a specific type of way. And I find a lot of these bodybuilder looking chicks to be fine. They're attractive compared to what our brains have been programmed to find attractive. Meaning, oh, if I'm just looking at a chick and thinking, well, that's, I could see that, but it's not tied to a physical something needing to happen to me physically. Yeah, the bodybuilder chicks look as good as anything else. But when it's like, okay, well, now it's time to get this thing over with. It has to happen anyway. And if I wait until it becomes so uncomfortable to not need any sort of visual material, or not to use my own perverted imagination, which isn't even mine. Shout out to Leslie if she's listening. Yeah, that's not me. That's not mine. But whatever that is that I seemingly have access to have these perverted thoughts, I just want to go, oh, here's something. It's just an actual woman that I can look at and not have to have thoughts about. And the next thing you know, this thing that needs to happen can happen. And as it's happening, it's not even really enjoyable. And you're like, this is disgusting on something. It's kind of fucking gross. I mean, it really is. It's gross. Talk about, anyway, I don't even want to get into it, but it's beneath me. It's beneath what I am. I mean, it really is. And so to me, that's the resurrection of the risen, ascended Christ within, is to overcome and transcend that. And towards now, yeah, it's something that I used to consider, almost like a hobby, maybe, my 20s or whatever, or at least a diversion when, whatever lady I was dating or married to wasn't around. And, or if I had to travel for work. And now it's like, stress reliever. This is fucking gross, man. It's disgusting. Like, I should be better than. Either way, women ain't even women anymore when you look at what they're trying to look like to attract males. But then you have your professional types who have degrees and have been able to make, 6 figures, and they're in the Walmart trying to meet me, and they're, half the time they're professionally attired, and, whether they have BBLs or not, whether they have breast jobs or not, they're not really putting themselves on Front Street sexually, but at a certain point, it's like, I go into Walmart, it's like now they're starting to, some of them are strategically bending over, and it's like, all right, okay, what is this? Like, she knows I'm here. This is perfectly timed. This broad's bent over showing me her ass. Like what is this? And of course that's built into us. It's hardwired into us. And the realm knows. So now it's like, okay, now it's maybe bigger women that I might be inclined to. It's not the Instagram models doing it. See? So the realm knows what it's doing at that level. And so is Benton now going to play into this, or is he going to just notice some, chick with a just gigantic ass? Fucking, it's like impossible. And it's like, why is that here as I walk into the Walmart? Perfectly positioned. Like, come on, man. What is this? But yeah, I just keep it moving. It's neither here nor there. No big deal. But I see, it's like, I see you working, bro. I see you. I see what you're trying to do to me. And not that it's a bad thing. And the realm at all times wants to suck me back into that never-ending series of offers in the present moment. But now it's here, now it's gone, which is a never-ending series of offers to treat one's blessing as if it were a curse, right? And if possible, to opt in on a permanent basis, which would be some version of trying to marry some broad or start dating, get married, and all of this. No thanks. I love women. Nothing against women. There's nothing the women is doing. It's the realm is doing it. Right. And I do blame the American people. Maybe I should stop blaming the American people. Maybe I should just view them all as victims of a spiritual war. The reality is, as much as I blow smoke up my own ass, I don't really give myself enough credit for how badass of a spiritual warrior genius I truly, and what I am is spiritual. It is spiritual warrior genius. That's what it is. So I mean, yeah, maybe I could give myself a little more credit in that vein. Why not? I'm a bad man. And so, back to the total libtard death. Yeah, I agree, sir. And this realm's means of your death. When I talk about a protracted experience of death, these individuals, their particular individuated unfolding form of protracted death in the moment at this time is in the form of the libtard. They're the libtard, right? It's in fact they are living a death, right? It's the subversion of the creative life of what they may be. It's been subverted into death by libtard, right? And then this, denial, in a denial of death sense, Ernest Becker, right? And I would like to think I have enough of a grasp of the material that I don't need to actually read and study the entire book. Maybe I will at some point. Maybe I'll listen to the audio book. Maybe I will just go and get buy a year of Audible at this point. Fuck it. It's not worth the money. I paid for a year of Audible 2 different times. It's just not worth it. It's not a good product, but fuck it. If there's an audiobook for that, but there's a lot of other things I could listen to also. Probably get some benefit out of. Maybe some Thomas Pynchon novels if they're on there. And so the libtard thing is, and some will say, oh, well, it's all a distraction. And my answer to that is always, okay, a distraction from what? It's really no good to make that statement without asking and answering that question. So the people who think they're having a debate by asking a bunch of questions, have you answered that question? Have you talked to the criminal? Right? It's like the person who would ask that question, when I ask that question, I've already answered that question for myself, within myself, on behalf of me. I've already come up with an answer. See? I already know the answer to the question. These people have a premise in mind that they have a goal that they're aiming to steer their opponent in a particular direction by asking the series of questions. Right? They know the follow-up question based on if they are able to elicit a specific response. That's their specificity. See, which is chicken shit. That's see where I come from, Arkansas, which wants to crack down on all the truckers. See, the spirit of Arkansas, it's the dog on a chain that will eat your fucking leg, or it just wants to get off the chain and eat your fucking leg off, chew your leg off. That's the state of Arkansas. It wants to do that to all the truckers, and so the government has not permitted that, and they've done it anyway here and there. Just every trucker knows. Well, we might a dog. One of these dogs might metaphorically just latch onto my what's left of my ass since I sit on it all day. I don't necessarily get the blood flow to it. It's a trucker, no ass at all, right? Generally, but if a dog manages to bite onto that, Hank Hill's you know prosthetic butt, and oh man, what I tell you. Anyway, and so that is part of the culture of America. I would say is we most Americans really don't give a fuck if people come here from other countries, but they're going to need to prepare themselves for when the pit bull aspects of America, Arkansas. At some point, that pit bull's trying to fucking chew her leg off. Who decided to start hauling fucking overweight loads, and these guys that haul fucking lumber in Arkansas, or this has never not happened, right? So now we see, oh, Texas, they set up some kind of intervention. They set up some kind of sting operation on some highway somewhere. Bus put 85 trucks out of service. Like, yeah. Over time, as they get away with more and more, at some point, somebody's going to have to crack down on it. And so the right wing, or the MAGA types, are these, people who think they're conservative for status quo, social contract, conformity to peer groups, or they hard on the and the reality is, am I here? Am I here? Am I here? Mic check, mic check, mic check. Icon no vibrate. Hello? Hello? BRB. Oh, oh yes, of course. Well, hello. Yeah, that was StreamYard crashed, is what that was. Anyway, hopefully you can hear me. I switched over to AT&T. That's usually I first thing I generally do is switch networks. That doesn't fix it. It's a StreamYard crash. Hmm. So my experience was, you can socialize the youth, and you that can sort of just be indoctrinated in them. This idea of strictness and rule following, and all of that. I know because that's how I grew up. And know, much discipline, not enough at all. Pass as far as the cops, then not enough, right? Although obviously that's still not ideal. Government might be us to these people on the streets and force them into hello, hello, hello. America at a certain point just decided, and that movie really had a lot to do with it. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Ken Kesey wrote that. It really did have a lot to do with it, and you can tie that in with the CIA and Manson and the Merry Pranksters, and, the hippies, and on and on and on, and the speed fueled drug scene that came out of all of that, and to eventually rank It's funny, man. It's 2026, and the cell, it just can't. Hang on, wrong. Hello. It just can't deal with these rolling hills out here. Any area of the country with just up a hill, down a hill, down a hill, the networks just can't deal with it. Now, I will say this is where cheaper phones aren't as good because I had my Pixels when I was using my Google Pixel 6a. It definitely was better at maintaining connection to the network. It still had its problem. If I ever managed to make it to Indianapolis and pick up my new counter at Whole Foods, that won't fix all of this, but it'll definitely. Sure. So my apologies for dropping off repeatedly, but hopefully, but probably most likely this will continue because I assume it's going to be rolling hills all the way until the interstates would be my guess. We're either going up a hill or we're going down a hill. So into a valley, out of the valley, into the next valley, out of that valley. But it's a repeating pattern, never stops. So at this point, when I'm talking about all these libtard dynamics, what I'm coming to realize is that it's really not an issue if somebody wants to focus on the libtard aspects. Because look, I have the things I focus on, and it's as mundane or as meaningless because remember, it's external. So whatever I focus on externally, which is, maybe it's how people drive these days, and then I bring that information inside of myself and I bring forth a meaning based on that. Well, that's just as valid or invalid as somebody who wants to focus on so-called libtard, right? And so that's my own version of grieving and healing, and especially around this the lower intestine, the lower bowels. I'm realizing that it's my own aversion to the libtard stuff. It's realistically neither here nor there. Because some people, with hearing me draw all these conclusions based on the way people drive nowadays, it's like, yeah, you're not wrong, but the way that's kind of how I view the libtard stuff. It's like, yeah, you're not wrong, but can we draw some conclusions? Because the conclusion I draw from the libtard stuff is you can't then tell me this is who I need to join up with, sing Kumbaya, and we're going to have a country. But then if it's done in the framework of, hey, these are your good, God-fearing, Trump-loving conservatives, and you do need to click up with them because we're going to have a proper society after, again, air quotes, we defeat these libtards. Like, no, that's not going to happen. Whatever comes out of that is going to continue to serve banks and corporations because that's what the system does. The system is here to subvert the creative force of what I am into the service of banks and corporations, and then to energetically feed off of what I am vampirically, right? And so if they were using the libtard and watching, libs of TikTok to say, well, look at how these people are behaving, and you're never going to convince me that this is the type of people who are capable of operating within proper society. Well, yeah, I agree, right? So could I have a live stream with, Chalk Body Outline right now, in the now and talk about and react to, libs of TikTok videos? Yeah, absolutely. But I'm going to need him on some level to recognize that, yeah, this is the point of this is that these people are not capable of operating within a proper society. But then at some point, it doesn't need to be on a stream with Drew, but then I am also going to be talking about how it's the same. That's what I mean when I say the Republicans and Democrats are the same thing. It's like the lefty commies are the same as the MAGA bozos. It's the same fucking thing on some level. It's different manifestations of the same energetic form. This is a bunch of humans manifesting in ways that just simply cannot exist they can't perform what would then represent proper society. They don't have what it takes. So if that's the point that Drew would want to make, like, yeah, I couldn't agree more, sir. You're absolutely right. Could not agree with you more. Now we can talk about how fucking foolish these people are, but I can't do it based on the unspoken implication that, well, this means conservatives are awesome. No, conservatives fucking suck. They suck so much there's not even really such a thing as conservatives in the first place, as far as I can tell. Like, there's not actually a thing that what they claim to be doesn't even exist. Right. Damn, I can actually smell the brakes. I've gotten used to really being able to hammer on these brakes. I've been so light for so long. It's interesting. Wasn't expecting that. Oh, or that could be the engine. Another thing that happens, and I think it's the emissions on these trucks, and I think it's the design. The problem is, if I try to tell anybody, they're just going to say, oh, we'll have a shop look at it, and the shop's going to look at it and say that everything's fine. But this is like the third time I'll smell what I think is the brakes. And I'm just going to turn the truck off. And it's something is coming out of the emission system and it's getting into the cab, but it's not because anything's leaking. That's just what's happening. And then by the time I realize I've inhaled way too much of a poisonous gas, then I've already got a head change and a headache is on its way. How did I go to a truck stop and forget to throw that huge bag of trash away? How silly. Silly of me. So I think just the engine happened to already be burning off, whatever it needs to burn off for the emissions. And it's while I'm going down the road, it can't physically come into the cab. But if I pull over and the engine idle while it's still burning all of that stuff, then it just comes right into the cab most of the time, or some of the time, rather. Is what I'm finding out. And it smells similar to what the brakes smell like, but it's not. I didn't brake hard enough. It's just, yeah. So now I'm starting to recognize that smell and be like, oh, we got to make sure you don't inhale. Again, add that to the list 20,000 reasons why most people never do this job. Those of us who are a little more sensitive to fumes, it's like, oh, now I've been poisoned. Like, literally poisoned. Do my job. Oh, great. Threw the cap to one of these jugs, just managed to toss it out the window somehow. I get to climb out of the truck. Great. I don't want to do that right now, but here we go. Looks like the start to a fucking horror movie or something. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. All right. Uh-oh. All right. Oh, yeah, I need to turn the hotspot back on. So back to the lower bowel or the colon, it's, this grieving process and accepting, further accepting all of these things that I'm talking about. And this is just how it is. And, I started having, because of my meditation, my ongoing meditation practice, I started to notice my breathing seemed a lot different yesterday afternoon. It was kind of like scary, not fear inducing, but sort of a, what is this? Strange. And I think I'm realizing, man, I've like unlocked. I think it's just coming out of like a new level of healing, which is like I think I've unlocked I've leveled up when it comes to accepting what the fuck is going on here. Uh, and in some ways, this idea of suffering or detachment. And I really realized yesterday that my own suffering, it's way less. And I mean less than it has been since I unlocked the achievement of true knowledge of self, which removed a great deal of anxiety, depression, like all this stuff. I'd say I wasn't experiencing a lot of it anyway, but 90 appeared instantaneously and has not returned. And then this seems to be a new level within that context of just, and again, the idea of uncovering and walking the righteous, perfected path that lies within. It's like, yeah, it's really happening. But it doesn't fix dystopia. It doesn't do anything other than, better relations with the people that I interact with, less fucking weirdos creeping on me at Walmart or Whole Foods or whatever. Like less of all of that, and just, the truck, for whatever reason, coinciding with the truck driving, being way less shitty. It's still shitty, but it's way less shitty. And, it's kind of, it's like, is it White Boy Day? From True Romance. I guess it's White Boy Day, which really it's White Boy and Black Man Day. American born man day in trucking anyway. And part of it, I can tell my company is like, yo, man, yeah, this guy's he's got he's strange, he's this, he's that. But this motherfucker works every day. He's got to literally force myself to take off time so that I don't go insane and start biting everybody's head off at a certain point. And, acting crazy. And, they're starting to realize, well, maybe this week he won't be quite as productive, but in the long run, if he basically never takes home time it's going to average out anyway. So let's just let him go to sleep at 4 p.m. if that's what he wants to do. Or, if he wants to shut down, and we don't know what he's doing in there, but if he wants to just spend an hour putting everything where the fuck it goes in the truck and then listening to his earbuds and then going to sleep by 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., who cares? Why would anybody care? And part of that is, if this trucking company's trucks, that's a good looking buck. I've been a deer hunter, but there was a good looking buck standing and checking out what was coming down the road. And I am from Arkansas, after all. I know a good looking buck when I see one. Funny how that works. My last stop on this 5-stop saga, one box, right? And so I didn't even bother I just took it out of the trailer and just manually jogged it up to the front door. And so they took me into their office. Two good goddamn white boys, or not even white boys. It looked like a father-son operation to me. And I looked up at what I'm pretty sure was a fucking gigantic crappie on the wall. That's what me and my pops used to go fishing for. It's bass some of the time, but it's mostly crappie. I didn't want to embarrass myself if it wasn't a crappie, but almost certain that's what it was. I was like, that's a good looking fish. And the dad was probably about my age, was like, thank you. And here's another thing about he's from Texas, I'm from Arkansas. It's like, he can probably tell that I'm not really a fisherman. It's like, yeah, but I'm from, your accent will let you know I've probably done a decent amount of fishing. But yeah, you're right, I'm not a fisherman. Certainly not. Never just been like, hey, let's go fishing. You know who was into fishing was ex-wife number 2, as far as just, she would randomly just be like, hey, I'm going to go fishing, and the bitch would go catch a fish. And again, it's a term of endearment, but she went out and, found a nearby fishing pole and went to the nearby fucking pond and caught fish, right? And am I capable of that? Yes. Would it ever occur to me, hey, there's a pond over there. Hey, there's probably a fishing pole at one of these houses. I want to go fishing. Now, part of that is being an attractive woman who can just go knock on somebody's door, more or less, and say, hey, you mind if I borrow those fishing poles? And, I got some time to kill out here at the pond. I'll bring it back when I'm done. Again, like any good red-blooded American man is supposed to do, I like women. So that's why I'm never going to co-sign all of this MGTOW. Oh, we're going to 90% of the divorces are initiated by college-educated women. Again, good. Because unlike you bozos, they're not going to stick around for 3 decades of misery. Me and you will stick around for 3 decades of misery. I'd still be married to my first wife if she didn't have good sense on some level to look me in the eyes and say, well, I don't love you, sir, basically. And yeah, it was some version of a stupid power play and all of this, and we were young, and, somebody probably influenced her, probably her stupid family, money-grubbing family in California. I'm not even making this up. She was, Vietnamese. Hey, you got this white boy, and he's good-looking, and, he's probably, I'm sure, I never met him, but they're like, yeah, we're sure he talks funny, but he could probably go get a corporate job and, make some actual money. What's wrong with this guy? Pretty sure that's part of what happened. But who cares? I don't give a fuck. I'm from Arkansas. My wife, she was from Arkansas. She grew up in Arkansas. I had a job. I went to work every day. That's good enough where I'm from. I don't see what I mean. It's the Californians. Look, she's the one that listened to them, and that wasn't the whole thing. But I wouldn't have got rid of her, and I don't think she would have. But either way, we might still be married, and we might be fucking miserable. I don't fucking know. But the man, a lot of the times will just stick it out. So it's like, oh, and she went to college. She didn't graduate. I went to college. I didn't graduate. So if you tell me a statistic like that, at this point, I'm just going to say good. Because what's the divorce rate within the realm of so-called conservatives? How many women who consider themselves conservatives have college degrees? But oh, that's right, it's total libtard death. And what y'all are implying is that these are liberal women. Well, you're right, because they went to a college and it made them liberal. I agree, but some of them are passing themselves off as trad wives and traditional family values Christians. If you could take one look at Charlie Kirk's widow in her leather pants and say that's a trad wife, you're out of your fucking mind. You are out of your fucking mind. I took one look at her in leather pants because I heard, oh, well, she was on stage with J.D. Vance and apparently he pawed at her. And the first thing I thought of was, well, I mean, because some people are saying, can you believe he did that? Because that's Charlie Kirk's widow. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't know, man. If he's supposedly putting forth an image as a red-blooded American male, I don't know. So I actually saw it for myself. And first thing I noticed was, she's got a figure and she's in leather pants. I mean, what do you expect the guy to do? For real, I'm not co-signing what he done. I'm saying, and up on stage in front of everybody's got to be some version of psyop, and it's strange, but I mean, my version of that would have been if that was my buddy and he wasn't around. It's like I'm probably not going to be around his wife and she's wearing leather pants. Like, why am I alone with my buddy? And they weren't alone; they were on a stage. Kind of, that's plausible anyway. But it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, like, what about him if he's not reacting to somebody who looks like that in that way? Like, that's a problem for everybody. I'm already pretty sure I know what Charlie Kirk was all about. It wasn't his own wife in a pair of leather pants, because let's face it, guys, most of you, if that's what you was coming home to, you're not going to set up on a college campus and that's the mother of your children to potentially get shot through the neck. You ain't doing that. You know why? Because I understand this is a big part of why some of y'all don't like me. My second wife is every bit as attractive right motherfucking now as Charlie Kirk's widow. I don't care what you say. Go find her. She looks just as good as Charlie Kirk's widow at 51 years old. And I don't know how old Charlie Kirk's widow is. I promise you right now, go find her. She's as attractive as Charlie Kirk's widow. Not bullshit. I know she is. Because I've seen her in leather pants. Okay. And I promise you, she don't look much different today. She's just, some women don't lose their looks that much and don't have to do nothing. And that's just what they look like. She's one of them. It is what it is. Adam Carolla married one of them women. Just, she could more or less not work out, eat whatever she wanted, and she just has a nice body no matter what. Beautiful. Till she opened her mouth. Lynette Carolla. It's just how it is. And you ain't going and setting up a fucking change my mind booth on a campus somewhere. Especially, now maybe Charlie Kirk didn't see this, but motherfucker, I was a freshman in college when that shit came out. I saw fucking Michael Rappaport play the part of the fucking, domestic terrorist on campuses are one of the most violent areas in the country. You want to go find some violence. You want to go be a victim of a violent crime. Go hang out near a college campus pretty much anywhere in this country, especially in a city. And I've even forgotten where the Charlie Kirk thing happened. But, other than that, maybe the area right around any Greyhound bus station. I mean, an actual bus terminal. Not a bus stop, an actual bus terminal. And they want to say, oh, Benton, you talking about the body. What about, oh, no, prettier in the face. My second wife was prettier in the face than Charlie Kirk's widow. 100%, and not my opinion, fucking society's opinion. I promise you. She got mad because people kept when that song came out about I got a white girl look like Michael Jackson, people started making fun of her. I said, listen, you, because you don't look like Michael Jackson. You look exactly like Michael Jackson, what he's trying to look like. Don't you remember Billie Jean and they showed a woman on the billboard? You look exactly like her in the face. You got the same nose as a woman with a nose job, except you've never had a nose job. When a woman takes a picture of a woman's face to the fucking and says, "Can you make my a picture of your nose and surgery?" Like, don't cry to me because people are making fun of you. Are you nuts? So if you're mad at Benton because that's how I got it, because he had it like that, I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. Now, her first husband was a hunting and fishing and good old boy type, and then I came along and she married me. They don't want you, good old boys. They don't. It's just what it is. Now, a guy can grow up hunting and fishing, but that ain't enough. It's not enough, guys. You got to do better. You must do better. You think you're going to have that on your arm? You got to do better. Just simply put, whatever you're doing, it ain't good enough. And don't blame me. Me and my gay best friend were obsessed with Saturday Night Live, and we were analyzing the sketches up to and including Jack Handy. I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. Gosh darn it. People like me. Right? Well, yeah. Became true in my life to some extent. You think any of the good old boys hunting and fishing were watching motherfucking Saturday Night Live out in the deer woods? I don't think so. Again, nothing wrong with that, but you can't just be completely oblivious to the culture. That's crazy. Well-rounded. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure I could go kill a deer if I had to. I can catch a fish. I can pop a hood. I popped a hood and fixed the car here and there. Right? It's happened. I've wandered by and fixed somebody's car. Somebody else popped a hood and I wandered by and fixed. I'm not a mechanic. It's just, you don't need a guy doesn't need the level of fucking masculine traits that they think they need. Not from the woman's perspective. My version of that was sports. When I was going to be involved in over-the-top masculine stuff, it was sport. Meanwhile, the women hunt where I'm from. The women hunt fish. So what's the fucking difference? Part of the reason I've never considered trucking particularly masculine is it's like, well, yeah, women do it too. Groups of women all around the country don't get together every single day and play pickup basketball. You know what I'm saying? It's a different thing. I'm not saying it's better. I'm saying it's different. Like we're going mano y mano on some level, And I'm sure there's versions of that within hunting, but just to, dedicate oneself to that culture, that ain't just not good enough, folks. It's just not. Not enough. Not if you want the highest possible quality on your arm, fellas. So, but when you can always blame her, why would you be the best version of you when you can just blame her? See? This sounds so insane. I rarely talk about it, but part of this is I knew her very well, but and we had no money for a wedding. That's part of it also. And even if we had it, I wouldn't have spent it on a wedding. Yeah, that's right, fellas. What she thought about a wedding was it didn't fucking matter. You know, if if it came down to now we're considering marriage, and you know the wedding is an issue whatsoever, well, I've made a grave error and chosen incorrectly. I got married the first time. We wasted not a lot of money, but it was a lot to us. And yeah, we had a good time, but overall, uh, I don't know that either one of us thought it was the greatest thing ever. But hmm, I knew that she was probably wanting to get married. We did not discuss it ever. We had no discussion about getting married. I mean, none. Never. Never talked about it. And because I knew her quite well by then, I went and got the marriage license, and I scheduled the justice of the peace, and I drove her to the courthouse without telling her what we were doing, and we got fucking married. I never even proposed. I never asked her opinion. We went in there, and you couldn't even once you figured out what was happening, you just couldn't even believe the happiness. For years, she was like, "That was the happiest day of my life." She said, "She's told me that 100 times." See, it's your job to figure out what can you do that will make her feel that way, not on an ongoing basis. At least once, if you can. I saw the opportunity to do a reward. I didn't give a fuck about getting married. I didn't care. I didn't care about, oh well. That wasn't a factor, right? Part of it was I really want to be bothered at the level of her, when she's not getting along with her ex-husband, and it's like, well, this guy you're living with. Oh, you mean my husband, right? You see what I'm saying? We were married the entire time because that kid lived with us half the time. Never, and I've never been a step parent, more like an uncle to some extent. But part of it was, well, I don't want to hear. I never met the guy. It's like, well, it's his son. If he doesn't, if I had a son, but see, this wouldn't even be happening in the first place if I had a son. See, that's the thing. He would be in the house with me. It's like I was raised every fucking night. But and see, this is back to what I'm talking about. This is why I really do or should fit in with the fucking so-called conservatives. But on the other hand, I'm not delusional and in denial about, well, 90% of divorces are initiated by college-age women, as if fixing that would somehow fix marriage. It won't. Marriage is broken forever. Now, if you want to consider it a most likely temporary contract involving the two of you and the government and various employers and IRAs and retirement funds and property and whatever, that's fine. Just understand it's probably going to end. I knew that when I got married the first time. I knew that when I got married the second time. That, yeah, well, maybe we'll stay together until one of us croaks, or maybe we'll get a divorce. That's just what happens. And, both are normal. Now, part of taking her and getting and marrying her like that is I got to be able to assess the situation to where if for some reason she wasn't down, I've got to be the one to detect it in her body language and let her off the hook so that she doesn't accidentally get pressured into fucking like literally signing a contract, right? It's gotta 100% be what she wanted. It was her, that was me solving a problem. And again, this is the antisocial personality traits. This is the Machiavellianism. This is the dark triad. This is the manipulative aspects of the defective personality. Right? Because certainly the having now, uncovering and walking the righteous path, perfected path that lies within. Of course, I wouldn't do that. This version of Benton would not do that. Of course. But I'm also not dating, not trying to get married. Right? I'm retired from all of this, as far as I'm concerned. I'm retired. Now, what I did fuck up is it freaked her son out, but that part I didn't properly account for. Not being a parent, I lacked the proper experience to handle that. So he's very mature for his age. Um, so, but that was kind of young for him to go through something like that, probably. But anyway, I think in the long run he was all right with it. And again, it just wouldn't have mattered. It's just the way it was done just freaked him out a little bit. I don't know. Maybe that's better. It just then the kid doesn't maybe ruminate on it as much. You just sort of get over it. I don't know. I have no idea. I know he went to college, got an engineering degree. Hell, he's probably married and got kids by now. And she used to be real, and I've told this before, she was real susceptible to social pressure, and her best friend, whose children were a complete and total nightmare, and they were good kids as far as they had good manners and they were pleasant to be around, but they had a lot of problems because of the way they were raised. The circumstances of their upbringing, they had a lot of problems. One of them took his own life in his early 20s or late teens, early 20s. One of them, last time I saw her, she was walking the streets of Hot Springs, Arkansas, as you know, very much obviously on drugs. And I do mean walking the streets in every sense of the word. And you actually have there's actual streetwalkers in Hot Springs, Arkansas, believe it or not. They're not as in your face overt as what you'll see in other parts of the country, but it's a very specific thing that's unmistakable. And the cops absolutely arrest people for it. And it still goes on. I didn't want to take the time to properly slice up the watermelon. So it's in huge chunks. Getting all over the place as I try to eat it here. I know I've got paper towels. I've lost the butter. Paper towels. I specifically remember bringing them up front, though. Gotten away from me somehow. We tried. But yeah, I got on all of this idea of blaming the women. Look, guys, that's never going to, nothing is ever going to come out of that. So just knock it the fuck off. Yeah, individually, human beings and accountability and yeah, blame within that context. Blaming fucking women as a concept, that's insanity. There's nothing productive can come out of that. And part of my own healing is I'm beginning to accept that all this criticism of conservatives and all this, it's fine for my own purposes, but guess what? Nothing is going to come out of that either. It's the same fucking thing, buddy. It's just, it's nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to come out of it. So, it's to sort of accept and mourn and grieve the fact that, my own powerlessness when it comes to, even within the context of a thought experiment to reform. It's we level problem solving. It's at the end of the day. I mean, it really is. It's just it cannot have any sort of effective, positive, real world effect. Now, I'm still free to criticize any and every group of people, including women, and I am critical of women at times as a group. But to bring it out of the realm of blaming them for things. So it's also, again, feel free to critique and focus on the libtards, but to blame them for society's problems, the woes and as a cause, that's just a mistake, right? It's an error. Knock it off. So I've seen the errors of my ways. I'm going to knock it the fuck off, except I'm still going to do it, but I'm going to do it with the knowledge and understanding of what it actually represents versus what I would prefer that it represented. Because, there's a part of masculinity and all this that it would prefer to resolve these dynamics around marriage. Guess what? That's not possible. You're assuming that can be resolved. And for me to put any sort of energy into the MAGA conservative dynamics, as far, any energy towards the notion of it could be fixed or saved, it can't be fixed or saved. Now, it still has its usefulness. It still has its positive points. So I'll give you an example. So, with the example of my second wife, I didn't let her have social media for a long time. I just said, you can't I said, you're not going to be married to me and be on Facebook. I don't know what to tell you. Now, once it got so fucking once it became such a part of family life, I was like, look, I think you're crazy if you want to go on Facebook. That's my opinion. I've never used it. I'm not into it. But at this point, I can see that, as far as people's families and, uh, maybe even friends from high school, it's like, yeah, I understand that I'm not necessarily close with my family and, my high school friends or whatever, but that's me. And it just wasn't feasible. It's like basically, look, I mean, at this point, there's nothing. I can't be the one I have to stop telling you not to do this thing. But when it was just more of a, before it had been adopted just so hardcore that it became ubiquitous and more or less just about a necessity in a lot of ways. I'm not stupid. I can see the dynamics. It's just like, I was just like, look, I mean, I'll give you my opinion, but at the end of the day, it's up to you. And I knew what she was going to do. She's going to get on Facebook. And I don't know that it never caused us problems that I'm aware of, but, males and men are depriving women of that because a man who will just say, I don't know, will say, look, you're not going to be married to me and be doing these things. Meaning you can do whatever you want. If you think you're going to be my woman and I'm going to have one woman at a time, you're going to be another one of you in a minute. And for real. There'll be another one of you here in a minute. They're trying to meet me everywhere I go to this day in some way. Right. And some guys say, well, that's you, Benton. If they're humble enough, they'll say, well, we don't have it like that. You better learn how to like an ugly woman, because I promise you there's an ugly woman out there somewhere would love to have a husband. Oh, but you can't have no ugly woman, can you? Do you think I would give a fuck about being seen with an ugly woman? I don't give a fuck. If I met an ugly woman and I was attracted to her and whatever I was into, she did it for me, I wouldn't give a fuck. For real. Who cares? Because, a fella that learns a little bit of these dynamics can absolutely have it like that. You're just not going to have a certain level of attractiveness. Or it's going to be never ending it's going to be active bitch management. You're going to spend 25% of your time and attention every day actively managing a broad. And in fact, that was a big thing between me and her. Eventually I realized that, she was using me. Basically, it was like she almost had I was her manager in a way. She farmed out a lot of this stuff. She just never wanted to grow up fully to be an adult, which is fine. Look, I don't have a problem with that. But it's like, yo, I don't know why I got to do everything. That ain't cool. And so once I got my ego, and it's not even my ego, but once I no longer cared about, oh, look at me, I got fucking my pimp hand strong or whatever. And I really did consider becoming a white pimp. I'm not even joking. Like, I know it sounds insane. I considered becoming a white pimp, but at the end of the day, I was like, I mean, you really just, that's a job like it's not like any other job, but I mean, you really, at the end of the day, it's a job. But yeah, because I can probably do this. I don't know, that's a reason to actually do it. And, the idea of doing something like that and not going to jail, it's like, well, I'm not going to be knocking these broads around, or there's a lot. I'm not going to go fucking. Yeah, I'm probably pretty good at whatever I need to do to keep the other pimps at bay, but I'm not going to be out there fucking, setting my pimp hat to the side so we can have fisticuffs in the street or whatever with another pimp, Nah, I'm not into all of that. Just me and the girls side of thing would be kind of cool. But like, nah, I'm good. And there's a couple of times like, oh, I could just have two girlfriends that both know about each other and we all just kind of hang out. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm good on all that. Like, yeah, I thought about it. Like, seems like a pain in the ass. And it's not even to brag. It's like that's again, she would rather share a so-called real man than have a fucking pussy nice guy all to herself. Like for real. So if you know you're not a nice guy pussy, there's an ugly. If you can't get some woman that you think is physically attractive enough for your social media or whatever, and you won't go find an ugly woman who will worship the ground you walk on, I'm just going to say it. You probably don't actually like women. And I'm not calling you gay. I'm saying you probably don't like women. Not like I do. And they're still going to have to be feminine, But you think there ain't some lesser, and she's still going to be attractive. Just not, there's going to be things not attractive about her physically, right? Look, you don't want to do this, it's fine. Just go ahead and find the best looking chick that will use you for a wallet and knows who, because she learned with her daddy growing up how to perfectly manipulate him to get whatever she wanted. I've got two sisters. I watched them do it. They still probably do it to this day. And, and then I see it in the women I've dated and the women I've married, and I've seen it in other women. And a lot of guys end up being the fucking designated bozo with a job and a wallet and some money and a work ethic. And okay, she'll have his kids and live in his house, and then someday it'll all fucking fall apart. The guy will be like, "What changed? Nothing changed. She moved on. You never knew what was happening in the first place. This was going on the whole time, brother." And then it's like, oh well, they should have honesty. They should have this. They don't, unless you force them to. They don't. So my version of I can't be in a relationship and work as a fucking wait tables or work at a gas station and she works at the Clinique counter or she works at a restaurant. I can't have her spending $20 at the fucking convenience store every day. We can't afford it. So I don't even have talks with her. I make a budget and say, this is what we're doing and make sure she agrees, but I don't force her to agree. And I explain everything and she legitimately knows that it's a good idea. And then nothing is more important to her than her feelings. And it's if she leaves in the morning with $20, her feelings are spending the $20. So she has to buy a pack of cigarettes, right? So I go and get the cigarettes. I say, here's your pack of cigarettes. You get a new pack of cigarettes every day right before work. You can't have another pack of cigarettes until this time tomorrow. And when you try, I'm going to be like, hey, what are you doing? We're not smoking a pack and a half a day. We can afford one pack of cigarettes. That's it. And I know you prefer a world in which I don't monitor your smoking. I don't give a fuck. Smoke them if you got them. And guess what? Sometimes you ain't gonna have them if you give half of them away or if you fucking smoke too many of them. If 20 ain't enough, we got a problem. I don't know what to tell you. It's 20 cigarettes a day. Make it happen. She made it happen. She didn't want to learn how to tell people no when they try to steal her cigarettes. I explained it to her. Said, there's people that never buy it. And that's what I told her. I said, you can either have one pack of cigarettes a day, or you can become one of these people that bums 20 cigarettes a day and smokes for free. Pick one. I don't care which. And if you get really good at it, smoke 2 packs a day. They're your lungs, lady. I don't give a fuck. What I'm telling you is you're married to me, and we can only afford 1 pack of cigarettes. So you choose. I don't care. And it wasn't a fight. And that's how I communicate. Now, I didn't necessarily say it in that tone of voice, and did you know we would talk to each other in British accents some of the time? Because our native tongue is so guttural and harsh sounding that I know how I sound and I don't want to talk to her that way. And if I have something serious to convey, we would both do it. I would just talk to her in a British accent some of the time. It's like, I got to say this. I got to say these words, and I know what this is about to sound like. But these words have to come out of my mouth into your ears, ladies. So we'll put on the British. We'll put on the British accent. It sounds so lovely, you know. And I don't have a great British accent, but it was good enough for what I needed it to be. And that's the man's job. It's not for him to learn my ways and mimic them, because believe me, if for some insane reason I got married for the 3rd time, my ways would be completely new and different than in the past. Just like, the things I just mistakenly did with my first wife that worked, a lot of that did not continue with my second marriage. And then I had learned a lot of things that I did in my second marriage that seemingly worked at the time that I would never repeat now. Right? It's a process of growth and evolution and change. And only you as an individual man can be the one to do all of that, to facilitate all of that, to create that. She needs you to create that for her, right? So when I handed her a $10 bill, part of that is she knows I'm giving her the gift of, I'm not going to ask her what she did with $10. I don't care what she does with it. She's an adult. She's got a job. I'm not spending $10 a day. I'm not spending $5 a day on cigarettes. But I might go to the casino at some point this month, and I might dust off $150 to $200 playing poker. It's kind of the same thing. If I do that once every 20 days, well, I do. See what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that I did that on a regular basis. It's like, I've got things I spend money on too. I can't be one of these, because some men really do crack down on their women, and they're like, they buy whatever they want and they restrict her. It's like, what are you talking about? I restrict myself first, and then I say to her, well, we have to operate in the framework of the bill. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Ask me if you need help. I'm here. If you want my opinion, but if you ask my opinion about blowing $10 at the gas station on your way to work, I'll give you my opinion. But I don't think you want to hear it. I'm like, you're wasting your fucking money on garbage nonsense. But you're an adult. If you want to buy garbage nonsense, go for it. Don't care. Leave me out of it. Off you go. They love it, or she loved it. Again, I knew what she liked. I gave it to her. Not fucking complicated, guys. We like to try to make it complicated, because at the end of the day, who wants to take ownership of all of that? That sounds like responsibility. That sounds like hard work. That sounds like, oh my God, you mean I actually got to pay attention to my woman? You mean I got to read her fucking facial expression? You mean I got to be able to figure out how to decode her body language and understand her fucking subtext? And, well, she said this. Yeah, motherfucker, that's the surface level communication. You missed the 3 or 4 subtexts? What's wrong with you? I don't give a fuck what she said. She walked through the door some days, her face told me everything I needed to know. Her words, didn't need any words. That said everything. She walked through the door, gave me one look. I'm like, yep, I know exactly what's going on. And famously, after I started having some issues, I quit my job, and then she'd go off to work every day. And I did. And of course, that didn't last very long, because I wasn't into that either, believe me. But It was hilarious. I could do whatever I wanted all day, as long as when she walked through the front door, I was standing at the sink with a dish in my hand, washing dishes. And I would just look at her and I would kind of comically hold the dish up in the air, sort of in a over the top animated way, like, dry the dish with the rag or whatever. But she knew what the fuck was going on. They're not stupid. That's all she needs to see. She's good. She saw what she needed to see. Because she's not mad at me. She's had a day, right? And she can't walk through the motherfucking door and look at the back of my head sitting on the couch. And I get it. Yeah, I understand. You can't see that. So guess what? You ain't gonna see it from here on out. If you ask me what'd you do all day, bitch, what do you think I did all day? I don't have a job. I don't know. What do you think I did all day? What would you do if you didn't have to go to work? It ain't hard to figure out. I don't care. I could have been like, oh, I shouldn't have to. I'm a grown man. I shouldn't have to. I did this and I did that. And the apartment's fucking spotless. Motherfucker, I don't clean the apartment because my wife's at work. I clean the apartment because when I have an apartment, I have a clean apartment. I know that sounds insane based on how I present myself on these live streams. My approach to an apartment was always, I let it get dirty, then I clean the whole fucking apartment. Well, in this case, it was like, well, shit, I'm here anyway. I live with somebody. I'm not working. I really, at some point, I don't have anything to do but the dishes. Like, yeah, why wouldn't I do the dishes? And I was the only one there all day making dishes, making dirty dishes. Like, yeah, I'm not mopping the floor. Yeah, the kitchen floor needs to be mopped once a day. So, yeah, guess what? I mopped the kitchen floor. Would have done that anyway. Does the carpet need to be vacuumed once a day? No, so I didn't. Pretty simple. But I've always been the one that did more of the cleaning because I'm that person. I have a lower tolerance to, like, hey, man, somebody's got to clean this filth up. For me, it was always easier to just clean up the filth than it was to, oh, well, it's supposed to be your turn, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I would rather just do it than even have that conversation. We had this gigantic yard when I was growing up, though, and I had to push mow it. Hilariously, the moment I went off to college, they bought a riding lawnmower. Just how cheap my parents were. But yeah, I push mowed the yard, and I'm sure it was good for me on some level. But I rented a house with one of my buddies from the dorm and my middle sister. We rented a house because we were all going to college. And what I told him is, as far as cleaning and all this other stuff, I'll do my part. But I said, we're going to negotiate this because I said, I will never mow that yard one fucking time. I said, I don't know who's mowing the yard. We've got a lawnmower. I'm telling you right now, at no point will you I will never do it. And I said, whatever, if somebody else gets the garage and I got to park on this, whatever we got to work out amongst each other, y'all got to figure out who's mowing the yard because I'm not fucking mowing it. Which I think ended up being my buddy from the dorm ended up doing it. I was like, I ain't doing it. Not one time am I mowing that fucking yard. Go fuck yourselves. Not happening. I was over it. And they could have been like, well, I guess we're not living together then. Okay, that's fine. But a lot of people will just lie to themselves, lie to their roommates, but then they don't realize that they can't stand the thought of push mowing a yard because they been traumatized for 10 years, mowing, 2.5 acres of grass with a push mower. Um, and it's not trauma, but you know what I mean. I was over it. So that's pragmatism. It's like, yeah, I'm not doing it, and I'm willing to get. And I'm so much not going to do this. I will give y'all something in return because I recognize, that's a burden on y'all. And if we got to just split it, pay somebody, I don't care, but I ain't doing it. Plus, culturally, we were far too cheap. That wasn't going to happen. We weren't going to pay anybody to do it. Then he moved out, and my baby sister moved in, and nobody cleaned anything except I would clean the whole house like once a week. And clothes covering the floors of all of the common air. Girls' clothes, girls' clothes, just on every fucking floor at all times. I know what it's like to live with girls of a certain age too. Just walk, you should every day walking around just like just looking at this like is this real? Is this really happening? And then once a week they walk in and all the floor there's nothing on the floor. They know that there's going to be some gigantic pile of clothes in their bedroom. It's shocking to know whose clothes were which, and I'm sure they shared some of the same clothing, although not much. Because they were, y'all don't know, I got a baby sister who's at least a couple of inches taller than me. I guess I'm 5'9" now. I used to be 5'10", but apparently we're 5'9". As of my last physical. And so, that's the idea of even that I find dating at my age. Am I just expected to lie about my height? Like, can I just say I'm 5'9", or did they just immediately convert that into 5'6"? Right. I got to think just the average woman, they hear 5'9", and that she knows that means 5'6", right? Isn't that how that works? Crazy. Mm. Well, It's funny though, because I've known some of these legitimately short men. There's some short men who do just fine, and they're the ones who legitimately don't give a shit that they're short, and they're not faking it. They just don't, just doesn't. They don't give a shit. Doesn't matter to them that they're short. Now, yeah, would I rather have been 6'2" or whatever? Yeah, of course. Never bothered me to be. And I might, who knows? I might have been 5'11" at a certain point. I don't even know. We were probably measuring with our shoes on, though. But either way, give a fuck. When I found out my sister, because at first I started thinking maybe she was, I was like, are you taller than me? I think one day I was just like, are you taller than me? We ended up, I basically, she didn't want to. I was like, we got back to back, and I figured out later on, she just, this is, and again, this is to learn something about what a woman is. She intentionally like scrunched down, and we were, oh, we're exactly the same height. You know, looking back, oh yeah, sure, sure. She's taller than me. She's probably an inch and a half taller than me by then. When I finally figured it out, I was like, why would I care? Oh, shit. Who cares? I'm not sure she really liked being that tall necessarily. I mean, she's not like, because women do kind of cross over into just, you know, it's sort of unusual. She's not unusually tall, but she's definitely a tall woman. It's funny I mentioned that so-called debate with. She's kind of a well-known influencer chick. I just can't remember her name, but it's whoever. I think it was she had debated that Anna Kasparian from Young. I think that's sounded like her voice anyway when I listened to the clips. But it's a younger girl, I guess, and she said something about they played a clip maybe of something she had said at a different time, I think maybe, but she said you, basically they were showing that she's one of these man haters or whatever. And really, it's not even. It's that if they don't respect, and I look, she probably shouldn't respect what men are so-called men are up to. I can't remember the context, but after it was after the debate, she said that she started thinking about beating the other girl up because like apparently she's a tall kind of she's just bigger than a lot of the women I guess, and her debate opponent was a smaller woman, and she said like unlike a man, I could probably actually do some damage. Like a lot of these women really do believe that they're like bigger and stronger and tougher than a male or a man. Like, well, I understand there's a bunch of pussies and you know there's a bunch of males that seem some type of way, but you know that doesn't then make her a badass. You see what I mean? It's like that's not a transitive property that works. And I've said for a long time, I'm a pacifist. I'm not. I'm not out here hitting anybody, but I'm gonna tell you what. If I start feeling like I really don't have any choice but to express myself with my fists, whatever's between their legs is not going to be the determining factor. I promise you. It's extremely unlikely that I will raise my fist to anybody, and I would say it's probably more likely to be abroad these days. Sadly, but I'm already not hitting anybody. But It's not based on gender. It's not based on genital composition. I can promise you that. Hmm. Man, grapes ain't worth a fuck. You still hear this, oh, never hit a woman. Motherfucker, that don't mean it's okay to hit me. I mean, don't hit nobody. How about that? You can't have equality, but it's somehow worse to hit a woman than it is. No, it's not. It's the same. Americans have accepted living under equality. Therefore, if somebody punches me, it's exactly the same as if somebody punches a woman. It's the same fucking thing. Because to imply, oh, well, he hit a woman. It's like, okay. How, is that worse than hit? You see what? And you're now implying that it's okay to hit me because I got a dick and ball? Or what are you talking about? You shouldn't hit anybody. It's wrong because that's a person. It's not wrong because it's got a vagina. The vagina isn't the determining factor. Because remember, it used to be women and children. If you said, oh, he hit a child, okay, well, now we've got something to talk about. You can't say he hit a woman as if a woman is still in the category with a woman and a child. She's been moved up. And in fact, she's realistically been moved up ahead of you. I know. And you let it happen. Oh, yeah. Right? Well, I guess the stream's probably over. Hey, we made it up to double digits. Yeah, I think I got out of my system whatever I needed to get out of my system. I'll hang out for a couple more minutes. Maybe I can think of something else. Hmm. And if anybody missed comedian Whitney Cummings on her podcast talking about drafting men, she's like, oh, and there's maybe going to be a war, and if this is how these, because she's getting accused of view botting on YouTube and all of this, and so now she's trying to own the trolls, right, and talk a bunch of nonsense, and to try to justify these numbers on her YouTube channel that are clearly not legitimate, whether she's the one who caused that to happen or not. They're not real views, but I think what happened is they're just paying a shit ton of money to YouTube. YouTube's pushing her show out so far and wide. She's getting a lot of clicks, but almost no engagement. Like hardly any comments or likes. and she was wanting to talk about nerds and all of this, and then saying, well, if we have to fight a war, this is not who we need on the front lines. And I'm just thinking to myself, Whitney, this gig. I hope you understand the fact that I was expected to go sign up for selective service at the age of 18 because I have a dick and balls, and the girls didn't have to because they have vaginas. That's the most egregious form of sexism that continues to exist in society, right? And now you're basically lumping me in, even though I'm beyond draft age. If I was 25, she'd be lumping me in with a bunch of people who are draft eligible and not even recognizing, well, what about the ladies? And again, I'm not saying they should or could or would be drafted. That's not my point. Like, what are you talking about? This is crazy. Draft. I'm telling you, there can't be a draft because they would have to draft the woman. Because what you're going to find out pretty quick is a Gen Z male ain't going to the military if you don't draft the girls too. They're not going to do it. They'll just say, yeah, sure. You're going to have to draft our women of our age. I mean, America ain't ready for that. But if you think these Gen Z boys are going along with getting drafted into the motherfucking war while the girls stay home, you are out of your fucking mind. That ship has sailed. You can't raise these boys as feminists, and the boys have been raised as feminists, and then you think that you're going to separate them into penises and vaginas, and the penises are going off to war. You've lost your fucking mind. It's not possible. So America's faced with no draft, or it can draft the boys and the girls. There's not going to be a draft involving only boys. I'm still surprised they're still even ready. I wouldn't, if I was 18, I wouldn't even sign up for it. I would just say, fuck it. Oh, well, you won't be able to get, a government loan or this. I'd be like, I don't give a fuck about any of that. But, if they think I'm signing up for this and they're not making the girls sign up, they're crazy. I'd like to see the numbers on that. People actually signing up for it or not. So when I can recall, I think just about everybody did it. When I was turning 18, it's kind of a thing. It was like time to go sign up for the draft. Okay, whatever. And so so the system is not going to let the people see that. Oh, well, wait a minute. You mean we can just decide not to do things, and nobody can really make us do the thing? And that doesn't suit what society is trying to do. What the Moloch's machine ain't about that life, right? Ain't about that death. That ain't how Moloch rolls. They have people can't figure that one out. I love blowing people's mind with that one. I'm like, well, you can't have a draft. Like, what do you mean? Well, you'd have to draft the women. They've never thought about it. You can't have a modern feminist, with all this feminism. It's not. I'm surprised the women haven't demanded equal access to selective service. I'm not kidding. And if you ever get into it with a feminist, an actual feminist, that's really the main thing you can call them to the carpet on is, look, why haven't you demanded equal access to selective service, draft registration? Why are you letting the government tell you that you're not allowed to sign up for the military draft? I'm surprised women haven't resolved that. And, they sort of tipping their own hand there, right? They're sort of tipping they're in typical human fashion, they're happy to take advantage of whatever they can take advantage of. Oh, well, yeah, it's easy to say, well, it's injustice that we've been denied, all of these things historically. But so to accept what is seemingly a benefit, that's one thing. But, why not go get this thing that's not necessarily viewed as a benefit? It's still the government telling you can't do a thing because of your gender. Meanwhile, it's been opened up enough to where, apparently they have allowed women in combat roles. So why haven't women themselves said, look, you have to let us register for the draft whether you like it or not? I don't know. Do they suspect that they might be something might happen and they might be taken up on it? That the next thing you know, maybe they will be drafted, right? But see, that same woman who talks about maybe considering beating up her debate opponent because she's larger and stronger, apparently, but then says, and unlike a man, I would actually do something about it. And it's like, uh, if so many of them really have that mentality, why would they fear getting drafted into a war? I wasn't scared of getting drafted into a war. Now I knew it was extremely unlikely, but I wasn't worried about it. Like, well, I guess that's what happens. That's what happens. I don't know. That's the thing about Vietnam was people forced to go to Vietnam more or less, but then they had another Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and people fucking signed up for it. Right. A lot of people signed up for it, and a lot of motherfuckers are on disability, VA disability. It's kind of become a meme on. I can't even watch Caleb Hammer anymore, but it got to be a meme because every time he had a service member, a veteran on there, every single one of them was on disability or the VA. And just at a certain point, you realize, oh, they just, everybody's figured out that if they apply for it, they get it. I had a roommate in college. He was a little older than us, and he had served in the first Gulf War. Actually, he was several years older than us. He went to the Gulf in '91. He was he really did get fucked up. His lungs got fucked up with whatever that depleted uranium or whatever it was. And it was kind of a controversy that he got, he really had to fight it, but he eventually got, I don't know if he got 100% disability, but he got at least like 75%. Culturally, that was pretty controversial because he could, he wasn't physically disabled as far as he could still walk around and do stuff. All his arms and legs work. I don't know if he tried to go do a day's hard work. Maybe he could. I have no idea what he could do or not do. I knew he could attend college. and I hang out at the apartment. But once people figure out they can go in the military and then do however many years and then end up getting a check for the rest of their life, I mean, why wouldn't? I mean, the bankers take the bailout every time they can. Yellow Corporation, Yellow Trucking took 700 million and then went out of business like 2 years later. So do you really think that when they took that 700 million that the executives of that company didn't know that, like, hey man, we're probably not going to make it, but how much of that money was just straight up stolen, right? But the conservative is like, oh my God, look at this Somali fucking daycares. It's like, yeah, man, look at fucking Yellow Trucking. They're like, what are you talking about? Yeah, $700 million and then went out of business 2 years later. But to them, they won't even know what I mean. I'm like, same fucking thing, man. The people that they gamed the system and they stole the taxpayer money. Is it better because most of them are white guys and they're from America? Is that better somehow? I mean, it's probably slightly less bad, I guess. What did they do with the money? Where did it go? Same thing with this Somali stuff. Where's the money? I don't fucking know. I don't know that we'll ever know where it is. Just like what did Yellow do with the 700 million? I know when I've listened to the audio book about Enron, there's like a really good fucking 70-hour audio book or something about Enron. And at a certain point, this another Houston-based energy company, Dynegy, they were going to look at merging, and so they had to sign a merger agreement, but then it doesn't finalize it. It's like the next step towards finalizing an actual combining of the two companies. So at a certain point, Dynegy just gave Enron like a certain number of billions of dollars in cash to operate, and Enron gave it all to their energy traders, who immediately threw it into the market and made a bunch of transactions and took commissions and put the commission in their pocket. And then the people they did the deals with understood that if they just refused to pay, Enron couldn't do a damn thing about it. So did Enron on some level steal that money from Dynegy? I would say so. Because at some point Dynegy is like, hey, what about that $3 billion we gave you? Where did it go? Oh, the traders fucking lost it in the market. Or even worse, the traders should have made a certain amount of money, but nobody paid off because they knew that realistically nobody can make them pay. So not in the short run, so they stiffed us. They got free rolled. But the trader doesn't care because he gets his commission. What's he care? He's getting paid. That's your system, folks. That is your system. Your system is, if I'm an executive at Yellow Corporation and I have connections with the government, and I understand that we might be able to get a bailout, and yeah, we'll take half of it and try to save the company, and then we'll steal the other half. That's called good business in America. What's the fucking difference? They stole the money, right? It's legalized theft. So at some point, Dynegy is contractually obligated to potentially go through with a merger, and this is what they're merging with. And it turned out Enron's finances were so bad compared to what they led Dynegy to believe, as Dynegy just said, well, obviously this contract is null and void. I mean, y'all can pretend to try to hold this to this, but we're not even gonna pretend like it's not worth the paper it's printed on, obviously. Because Enron by then had been operating based on lies for so many quarters, quarter after quarter after quarter of record earnings based on lies. they didn't know how not, they didn't know how to do anything but lie by the time they got around to what? Trying to save their own ass. And you know what? Ultimately, what foiled the deal was not the money. It was the big part of it was they couldn't agree on what the new company was going to be called. And then they especially found out because, it was Enron Field. Like the Astros played at fucking Enron Field and, or Enron, whatever the stadium was called. They had, they had all these sponsorship deals. And they got wind that Dynegy's plan was they were going to put the Dynegy name on everything. And then the Enron people got to thinking about, well, it should be Enron Dynegy. And Dynegy's like, what are you talking about? Like, you came to us because we still have a reputation. You guys are fucked. Your name it's worth nothing right now. And they were so, arrogant and prideful, and because they were the darling stock of Wall Street for like 9 years in a row, almost unprecedented. And they really believed that they were these, fucking geniuses in the energy, right? Their own press clippings. And that happened. And then also, and this shows something about humanity, and I understand some of this. So you had the stock price. A lot of times what happens, Enron stock was in the absolute shitter. Well, as soon as word gets out of a merger, people immediately start buying the stock, which no matter what happens, drives the fucking stock price up in the short term. So then Enron just assumes that they're getting the share price once it's gone up. And Dynegy's like, what are you talking about? The share price was this price when we negotiated this contract. We don't care that. And so when the paperwork got sent over for Dynegy to sign to finalize the whole thing, it goes to their CEO or their chairman of the board, and he's like, what the fuck is this stock price? I didn't approve this. And so next thing you know, people are having to wake Ken Lay up out of bed, the CEO, chairman of the board, CEO of Enron, to get him out of bed. And he's just used to doing normal business. He's half out of it, and they end up having a meeting. It's over the weekend, and they have a meeting, and they can't come to a deal. The fact that Americans have never bought what supposedly went on in Enron, it's just insane to me. I just couldn't imagine being a person who's talking about inflation and energy prices is a big part of that. And, just all of these things and not to even understand on some level what Enron represents. I find it shocking. And I'm sure people could find something that I know almost nothing about and be like, yeah, I'm surprised you don't know. Why is the stock market always at a record high? How come Enron was able to have record earnings every single quarter for 9 straight years? And then people think, oh, it was a fraud. The government sent 4 of their executives to prison. And they just assume, well, okay, whatever went wrong, the government fixed it so it can't happen again. Not only did nothing get fixed, Enron was the prototype, and all the stock market is now Enron. They all run their books in a similar fashion to Enron. So this is how they can report record earnings every quarter. And then they just have understood the corporation needs to continue to cut labor. It needs to continue to make certain types of deals. It needs to continue to manage its finances so that it at least looks like it might be making record profit. The big problem for Enron is they did not maintain, it didn't, at a certain point, the very perceptive, there were some perceptive investors and people that study economics got very suspicious about Enron and started poking around and looking into their books. And it was just too easy to figure out that it was a scam. So now that was the lesson that Wall Street learned about Enron was, okay, clearly Enron showed the way to the future, but here are the lessons from Enron, which is in doing these fraudulent type activities, it has to be done in a way that maintains a certain perception, right? And which means, you know, a huge employer like Walmart, you know, they're probably not going to do a bunch of layoffs, but they're going to do a where they don't hire, you know, they're going to eliminate positions and not replace them. Basically, they're not. Their workforce is no longer going to just perpetually grow forever, right? That's over. You know, now they're going to be getting as much done with the least that they can. And I think, yeah, it's a bit of a disaster at the level of watermelon juice all over the floor, but I guess we'll deal with that later. Hang on, I got to check, make sure I didn't miss any turns here. No, we're good. We're good. And the big thing with Enron is everybody got their fee. Everybody got their commission all along the way. And so we saw that in 08, 09. And remember, Enron predated 08, 09. So what we saw in 08, 09 was all these executives continued to get their big bonuses, right? And in the run up to 08, 09, the subprime mortgage crisis, every time a mortgage got sold up the ladder and packaged into a mortgage-backed security and sold, somebody took profit in the form of a fee or a commission. And so if you took out a home loan or somebody took out a home loan in the run-up to that, every step of the way as that mortgage got sold from this entity to that entity to this entity to that entity, somebody made a profit on every single one of those transactions. And at the end of the day, the taxpayer ended up holding all the paper and paid 100 cents on the dollar. And the American taxpayer paid those commissions at the end of the day. And so for the MAGA types who want to take all this seriously about blaming everything on the libtards, please understand the American taxpayer doesn't give a flying fuck about what happens with their tax money. And on some level, you know, the idea that I might somehow be criminally liable for not paying federal income tax, well, that's based on the idea that, you know, I'm somehow depriving the American taxpayer of what they're entitled to. The American taxpayer does not give a fuck about what happens with their tax money. And it's provable by watching their action. They will say things to make it seem like they care. They will respond to certain types of rage baits, but their actions prove they don't care. Otherwise, you couldn't have Somali daycares stealing all that money. If the American people gave a fuck about how their taxes were spent, that wouldn't be possible. You couldn't have Yellow Corporation getting $700 million, 0.7 billion. It wouldn't be possible. The people would say, "What do you mean you're giving them $700 million of our money? For what? What are they going to do with it? What's it for?" "Oh yeah, I understand, to save their company." "Oh yeah, no, we know that they employ 20,000 people. We're saying specifically what are the plans for our money. You can't tell us we employ 20,000 people, we're going out of business, give us $700 million, and we take your word for it, because now Any company that employs 20,000 people can say, hey, we employ 20,000 taxpayers, give us 700 million or we're going out of business. That sounds like blackmail, extortion, Mexican standoff, right? Racketeering, you know, that sounds like a threat. Oh, you're going to deprive the taxpayer of 20,000 jobs if we don't give you 700 million? Is that what you're suggesting? I don't know. Maybe we're going to revoke your license to do business. How you like them apples? We'll let you figure out what to do with all them trucks. We'll let you figure out what to do with all them contracts that you entered into with your customers. See, you don't need Donald Trump. You need somebody with half a brain who halfway understands business to say, what do you mean you're gonna threaten me with 20,000 jobs as if you can take? I'm the taxpayer. How are you going to take my 20,000 jobs away? I'm going to take away your legal right to operate in this country, and I'm going to let you deal with how are you going to pay the people when you can't live up to what you contractually agreed to do. And you can sue me all you want. I'm the government. Sue away. You think I give a fuck? I'm probably immune. Because if the government actually had to answer to the taxpayer, that's what would happen. The taxpayer would say, well, wait a minute. We're going to go ahead and use our power to tell the government to not let you operate until you fix whatever problem you claim is leading to you needing 700 million or you're going out of business. Because that sounds like something y'all did, right? And then what do we see? Oh, they knew that they probably weren't going to be able to save it anyway, and they said, well, we'll spend enough of the 700 million so that we won't go to prison or get sued too bad. You know, we'll still probably get sued, but not too bad. But, you know, it's just normal. We're getting sued anyway. Normally, we're a trucking company, so we get sued. We're one of the largest trucking companies in the country. We get sued anyway. So what's the difference? That's what if the taxpayer gave a fuck about how its taxes are spent, that's what the taxpayer would do. It would say, hey, government, we're confused. We're going to need y'all to take a look into this and then report back with your findings. Why do they think why do they think they get to go into our pocket? Could you explain that to me, please? Because I think they're confused, and their confusion is confusing me. So we'll just hang out over here and we'll wait for y'all to report back. The fact is, Americans don't give a shit what happens with their taxes. They just simply do not care. Now, they'll lie to you, and they'll lie to themselves, and they'll lie to their children and their wives, and they'll lie to everybody else. And at the end of the day, they don't care. So part of me knows when I just stop paying my taxes, these motherfuckers don't care. Now, again, will the government put me in prison? Maybe. Guess what? I could pay these taxes and they could still put me in jail if they want to. That's not the relevant. My behavior is not the deciding factor on if I go to prison or not. See, that's a lie. Now, can I do a whole bunch of things that would make it way more likely? Could I virtually guarantee it with my own behavior? Sure. And at a certain point, most likely I'll just have to is me on a payment plan. And if I don't agree to the payment plan, they'll just seize a portion of each of my checks. Right. At the end of the day, if they want the money, they know how to get the money, which is really what I'll tell them if they show up asking for their money. I'll say, well, I'm sure you've looked into it enough, and I'm guessing you probably have a better idea of my my account balance to the penny than I do right now. So, assuming y'all haven't zeroed that out yet, I don't know what to tell you other than you're welcome to whatever's in there. And whatever if you're going to physically search me, I guess you can have whatever's on me. But Beyond that, I don't have anything for you. I'm not signing anything. I'm not agreeing to anything. Threaten me all you want. I don't give a fuck. Oh, I guess we're going hard gulag then, huh? It's a soft gulag. Oh, out of the frying pan into the fire, you say? Okay, well, I'm not sure I can tell the difference. Look at society. I'm not sure I can tell the difference. Part of me probably prefers the fucking dungeon of administrative segregation, right? Put me in the motherfucking hole, Jack. I might put you in the hole. Something about that. When you stare into the abyss, when you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. How do you know I ain't the abyss, motherfucker? You don't. But what you're unleashing? Y'all think you're gonna have a trial? I'm gonna get to speak on the record based on my understanding, and don't fear going to the judge. I used to fear the dungeon. I don't fear the dungeon. What I am can't fear anything. Least of all the motherfucking dungeon. I feared the dungeon. My pandemic experience was a fucking off the charts fear state for 2+ years. It was horrible. I'm not a fearful person, particularly. Never have been. Pretty courageous on average. But, through my actions, not swagger and bullshit. Although, yeah, sure at times, but, provably, bravery and courage through action. Think you're gonna make me into a coward? Good luck. Good luck. I don't like your chances. Anyway, one moment, please. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have another. When I have another coffee, why not? Maybe rant for another hour. Although I bet my earbuds are almost dead. I'm sick on that. Pardon me. Oh yeah, I forgot I had some of those delicious Stumptown. I forget what they're called. Cold brews. I forgot I had 4 of them in a Whole Foods bag at the bottom of a Whole Foods bag on my bunk here. I have one of them. Delicious. Man. Oh yeah. Oh yay. Oh yay. Oh man. Oh shit. Forgot to take my ginseng shot here. Where'd the straw go? Lost the damn straw, buddy. Oh shit. Where could that have gone? Huh. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Right. Hell yeah. It's good stuff right there. Siberian ginseng. Rhodiola. I know can't be saying that right. No way. What else is in there? White mulberry extract. Oh, and ginkgo biloba. I think it's got, yeah, that's the primary ingredient, ginkgo biloba. How you gonna forget about that? So keep pretending like you've got a country. You don't. You never had one. You can't have a country based on what America's supposed to be based on, and the taxpayers don't give a fuck what's done with what's supposed to be their money. Just straight up don't care. And in my opinion, even outside of the context of my own views towards money and tax paying and all of this, like at this point, I don't understand why anybody pays their taxes other than just fear or, they think they have to. And I don't mean like some bullshit soft set argument around what's the voluntary tax system and all of this nonsense and the straw man and the all. I'm not even talking about that. I just mean why, just the fact that a lot of people, and again, a lot of it's taken out of their check, but outside of that context, I'm confused as to why anybody pays taxes at this point. Who would want to pay for any of this? I mean, yeah, a lot of these people, rioting and protesting and doing all of these things, are not necessarily taxpayers overall, but you still got a bunch of motherfuckers who support all those causes who, are somewhat high earners and pay a decent amount in taxes. It's still a thing. It's like imagine they really believe they're against ICE and they believe they're against Donald Trump and they believe they oppose government while simultaneously funding it in real time. It's like, I hope you realize the only way to actually prove that you don't support the government is to stop financially supporting the government. And then they say, well, yeah, but what about this? What about that? You're not hearing me. You cannot escape the reality that every single person that pays taxes, by definition, supports the government. And no matter what you say in response, no matter what anybody says in response, everybody that works a job that generates tax revenue for the United States government supports what the government is doing by definition. You don't get to pick and choose. Okay, well, we like this part of the government, so could my taxes only pay for that part? But then we don't like this other part, so we don't want to. Now, the people could do that, but the only way to do that would the people would have to have power collectively. And the people can't have power collectively because the people don't have any power individually within themselves. Because that's the only way to potentially, maybe, possibly in a thought experiment, work together with other Americans and humans to collectively wield power. First, the individuals must go inside of themselves and uncover and begin to work with whatever power is already there that nobody can cut them off from. In fact, what I am is one with that force. And Benton, the performer, always has access to that source. It's inside of me. The kingdom of so-called air quotes God is inside of me. It's within me. It's not among. That's a lie of the churches to try to change things. It's within me. And more correctly, it's within what I am. Well, of course it is. It has to be. It can be no other way. But the system, Moloch's machine, and all of this world of death and game of lies, this world has made its business of convincing what I am to believe quite to the contrary, and it's been a very successful campaign. And I would expect that success to continue. Because no, you don't have to pay taxes. Remember, we had Christ in the Bible. He was put to death by the state of. Why? What was his crime? Sedition, speech or actions that, threaten more or less threaten the existed order of things. And we got a car that doesn't understand that I'm not the flow of traffic, so they're trying to match my speed, even though they've merged and they're up in front of me. So 46 with the flashers on, so they figure out that I'm not flow of traffic. I'm just the only other vehicle around right now, but not the flow of traffic. Oh, there's a car up ahead. Go use them as your guide for what speed to drive, since the speed limit signs aren't enough information apparently. You need to be blessed in, sanctified. Not you, the listener. Texarkana. There's a Whataburger. It's funny, when I was a kid, we had one Whataburger in Arkansas, but it wasn't Whataburger. It was a burger joint that just happened to have the same name. And the Whataburger as a franchise wasn't really a big deal yet. So when I first started hearing about Whataburger, it was like, we had one in Arkansas, but pretty sure that was not the same company. It wasn't. Kind of confusing. Yeah, the truck driving's been not quite so bad to me lately, and I do chalk some of that up to whatever these government crackdowns are. And apparently, if some of these YouTube videos I'm hearing are to be believed. Oh yeah, hang on, I got to swap out the earbuds. I got to drop off, and I'll be right back. All right, I think we're back. Let's check. All right, we're back on the Bluetooth. Oh, about to get on 277 north. I think US 277. I think this goes up to Wichita Falls, which is in Texas. Sign says Lawton, though. I'm not exactly sure. North 277, 281, 287 to 44. Wherever the fuck that goes, that's where we're going. I think it goes through Wichita Falls, but I could be mistaken. If it does, we're probably pretty close. Maybe this is Wichita Falls, actually, now that I think about it. This kind of looks like it could be. Texas, man, these roads are something else. I'm on one of them big flyovers. Used to freak my mom out when we'd go on road trips. Not here necessarily, just generally. All these big elevated. Yeah, this is Wichita Falls. This is elevated pretty much the whole way through town. One place, it's a place I've never really checked out. I've been to the Walmart here, or one of them. Never really hung out in Wichita Falls. I think I may have stayed in a motel or something downtown at a certain point. I have memories of an Oyo somewhere, perhaps. Just maybe. I've driven 208 miles already. But that's what I told the owner of the company when he hired. So I did have to kind of sell myself a little bit. And that probably shows you, that was right before the crack. If again, I can't even confirm a crackdown, but it does seem to be happening in trucking. And so the conditions I started work under are very different than the conditions I seemingly find myself in today. And unlike other times I've returned to trucking after an absence, I really seemed like I was finding myself having to sell myself to him on the phone. And, that's some of it was my gaps in employment is one thing, but then, I've had enough companies in a row where I only stayed for a few months. And my thing to him was like, look, man, if I like the job, like, why would I quit? And, but I mean that. It's not, it might sound a little salesman. He's a little salesman, right? He's definitely a salesman type, among other things, and that's one thing as long as it, that's a skill, right? It's like, hey man, if your company is what you think it is, and that's what I'm implying, and you're confident in what you're all about, then, why would I quit? And then I do legitimately, I like to work. I like having a job. I like working, but, I like driving. There's, it's no fucking, and I very much like living in a big rig. It's great. It's basically a free apartment with no water, no running water. It's basically, it's tiny. I mean, like tiny back there, but I'm the only one who goes back there. My stuff's back there. There's enough room for me to, again, as actual men, what the fuck else do I need? I'm finally old enough. I don't need a broad back there, right? And, that took a while to get to that part of life, but, here I am, and I'm not trying to get home to one. I'm not trying to get home to some babies. I'm not even sure I'm on the right road here. This is getting confusing. Okay, yeah, East 44, that's what we want. God, some of these interchanges, when I look at them on the GPS, it's just like, this is crazy. It's like, this can't be the most efficient way to move vehicles through this area. This is fucking nuts. And that was one of the things about my rookie year of trucking. They would send me to Houston, and at a certain point, I'd be having to go so fucking slow because I'd just be staring at the GPS and just looking at there's 100 different roads. And it's like, if I go too much faster, I won't be able to tell which one of these roads they want me to be on. This is just complete insanity. You really get to looking at some of the maps and the roads. It's like, this is nuts. Yeah, there's the Walmart. I've been there. Yeah, that's pretty easy to get to. If I was inclined to wait 25 more minutes, actually, I don't need to go because I went yesterday. But I'm sure there's a couple of things I failed to get yesterday that escaped my attention for the moment. 21% battery on the phone. That's not going to work. Better plug that bad boy in. Where's me? Oh, did I? Yeah, I did. There's my coffee. Woo-hoo! We're doing good, Jack. Now, where's my power bank? Yeah, buddy. I found my power bank overall. It does the best job charging my phone. It's old enough now. I probably need to buy a new one. You know, I do fantasize about winning the lottery, but sometimes it's for different reasons than you might expect. Like, I don't remember where, but there's a billboard somewhere that I keep seeing. Seen it a couple of times. I think it might be in Virginia, but it's a big billboard for AAA, and I forget the slogan, but it's got one of them people you call for the road service. And so it's a person in a yellow vest holding up a car battery, and it's a attractive middle-aged white woman, blonde-haired white woman. So I'd like to just, after I win the lottery, I'll just go out on the roads and call AAA, and we'll see how many times do I have to call AAA before a decently attractive blonde woman shows up with a battery. I'm thinking it's never going to happen, but at that point, it's like, okay, we got to set a limit on, like, how many times would I be willing to pay the fee? I don't know. How many would prove my point that this is whatever they're putting out on the billboard is effectively impossible? And hell, if I did it 500 times and one time she did come out there and jumpstart my car, that'd almost be better than zero. Be like, well, I guess it is hypothetically a thing. I don't think it would ever happen. I just don't. I think you would just see that that's simply not a thing that exists whatsoever. But every once in a while, it's like, oh, I'm at the truck stop. Hey, look, an Illinois state trooper. It's a fairly attractive woman. I actually talked to one in Illinois. We had a 15-minute conversation. She was attractive, and I don't give a fuck if she's good at her job. I don't care. Like Arkansas State Police, we have a bad apple crop up every once in a while, but it's it's mostly people who are really good at their job. So if that's a female, I don't give a shit. It's like, yeah, maybe she's not as good as the men at certain things. I found a body cam or a dash cam video, and the Arkansas State Trooper was chasing somebody, and he got away, and the state trooper just kept driving like 130 miles an hour, and he just kept taking a bunch of exits and kept looping around on the interstate. Because I'm telling you, man, half these guys are adrenaline junkies, and I guess he just decided to keep chasing, even though there wasn't nothing to chase. It was fucking weird. So I was like, okay, I don't know that that's necessarily representative of somebody doing a good job. Now he's basically joyriding around what looks like Little Rock speed at 135 miles an hour or whatever. And, he's got all the exits memorized, so he's just fucking blasting through everything as fast as humanly possible. It's like, go speed racer, go. And part of me not giving a shit is the moment she proves that she can't do the job, she's out. And I have no sympathy whatsoever. It's like, yeah, she couldn't cut the mustard. She's out of here. Guess what? Same thing for the fellas. They don't live up to what they're supposed to live up to. Fucking get rid of them. Give a fuck. Don't be a cop there. Bye. Right? Why would anybody care? I don't care. Now, some people are like, yeah, you shouldn't have women in certain positions and certain roles. It's like, well, I don't know, man. A lot of these guys shouldn't be in these positions either. You know, just because it has a vagina and it's doing a terrible job as mayor of your town, you know, I don't know that if it had a dick and balls, it wouldn't also be doing a terrible job. But you know, I might be inclined to agree in some cases. I know that Portland police chief or whatever started like performatively whining and crying. Y'all see that? And I'm watching this going, you know, I've noticed a lot of these big cities have female fucking, you know, the police commissioner's a woman or the whoever's running the fire department's a woman. Maybe the, you know, high up in the police is a woman or the spokesperson. It's like, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure you're not going to see a woman up here like fucking performatively sobbing and, you know, whimpering because of over Somalis or whoever being mistreated or whatever that was. I forgot what he was crying about. I think immigrants get fucking treated rough. You know who else is treated rough? Americans from America who commit crime. That go to the LA County Jail, which apparently is the largest mental health facility in the world, or so I'm told. And, based on, they do provide a shit ton of mental health services because they have to, but you know, people want to cry and be sad because the government's rounding up migrants and putting them in detention centers, and I'm like, yeah, man, I'm not really for them being rounded up necessarily, but if you want to talk about the conditions, yeah, LA County Jail, because how can it be okay a bunch of Americans and put them in the LA County Jail under those conditions? Well, and that's okay. And meanwhile, you got all kind of lefty commies who who live in Southern California and probably could do something about the conditions of the LA County Jail. And I've told this to their faces at the streets of Los Angeles. Oh yeah, I don't give a fuck. Multiple times. And nobody cares because that's not politically expedient. There's no political capital from reforming the LA County Jail, but now we're outraged and saddened by the conditions of the detention facility. Now, I'll say this, I agree with you. However, I feel just as strongly about however human beings are being treated in the LA County Jail, because I Googled it, and apparently motherfuckers is dying in there on a regular basis, and it's pretty fucking shocking and appalling based on what the LA Times reports. So I think they have a fairly decent reputation. I'm not exaggerating. I'm saying I'm pretty sure they have a halfway decent reputation. You know. And so I've also heard in Eastern Tennessee, up towards Virginia, up Virginia way is real notorious. I think general vicinity of Kingston, Tennessee, I believe it is. And is it Johnson County? I don't know. I'm not a criminal. I don't go to count. Well, and again, that's not even a requirement necessarily to go to county jail. But either way, I've not made it a habit of visiting various county jails in my time. But I'm told the conditions in there are quite deplorable and bad. So it's like, yeah, that's also not okay. That's my opinion. Some people think it's great. Some people are like, yeah, they shouldn't have made those choices to end up in the county jail in our county. And this is what we do to people who end up in our county jail. It's like, all right, well, fair enough on some level. But then, so when MAGA says, hey, when people come here from other countries and eventually find themselves in a migrant detention facility, it's hard to feel sorry for them. And I'm like, on some level, I agree with you. However, I don't agree with these conditions. That's my opinion. We can have a conversation. You probably won't change my mind. I may or may not change yours. And again, I can't change your mind. If you are convinced, you did that, not me. But it's like, you probably meet in the middle somewhere. But I already agree with some of what that. I'm like, yeah, you're right. If they stayed in Guatemala or wherever, sure, they were subject to certain conditions in Guatemala, and I'm also probably not in favor of some of those conditions. However, they chose to come here on some level. Now, did some of them get trafficked? Yeah, probably, but either way, they came here. A lot of them came here willingly, and yeah, I don't feel particularly sorry for them. However, to pretend like some of these lefties, now the lefties' intention is probably not a true intention, and they prove it by not giving a fuck about the LA County Jail, but I'm not willing to say, well, they don't have any point. Yeah, they're right about some of this stuff, especially get back to Nick stuff and lobotomies and shock therapy and certain medications. When America became convinced that was too barbaric and moved on from that, it accepted certain conditions, which is a person like Nick Reiner among the people who at some point it was probably unavoidable that he was going to do something along those lines, whether it was to his parents or himself or someone else. Now, without being born into that family, a person like Nick, he ends up on the streets, most likely. Meanwhile, probably effectively self-medicating, and apparently not the cause of the crime against his parents, but at least what seems to have been responsible in part for the motivation for why it happened to them at the time it happened to them is that he was what I would call self-medicating, and he lived on their property, and they kept trying to tell him to knock it off with the drugs. And at a certain point, it should have been obvious to everybody that he's never going to knock it off with the drugs. Meanwhile, I think this is the thing that Nick doesn't get credit for, because he probably just never figured out how to convey it properly, but that whether he takes it to the streets and self-medicates or the system directly controls and manages his mental health, at the end of the day, it's a human having chemicals put into their body to manage the problem. Up to, in the olden days, you could even get to the level of an actual medical procedure called a lobotomy, full frontal lobotomy, right? Well, so with that off the table, and I don't know if the shock therapy was ever effective in the first place, but no shock therapy for the most part. I think it actually still exists, believe it or not. But with no shock therapy and medication, but only if they get him under a conservatorship and force it. And apparently he spent an entire year in a conservatorship, and they did force him into mental health treatment against his will. But other than through direct legal means, America has said, we're not going to do this to people anymore. And, it's a tough one. Oh, I mean, I don't even know that I have an opinion. What I would say is, sadly, and this is why people don't understand that Dr. Drew is an actual expert in addiction medicine, because the first thing he said was the only way to deal with somebody like this is you must immediately enforce the laws on them, and their own family is going to have to call the cops and have them in prison, basically, like for real. And the reality is, somebody like Rob Reiner, he can't do that because of who he is and what he represents. It's just simply not an option for him. But and in California, that's not even necessarily an actual real crime, although maybe it is. I mean, the doing of drugs on the premises. But in Arkansas, if somebody was living on my property doing a bunch of illicit drugs, it would not be that difficult to have the cops come arrest them, have them charged, and send them off to motherfucking state prison. It would not be that hard at all. And so that's what Dr. Drew is saying, is if we actually cared about Nick and wanted what was best for Nick, he just would have been put in prison by now. And then he'll decide from there, what does he want his life to do? And then he'll come out and he'll take it to the streets and do a bunch of drugs. And his family will eventually just abandon him to the streets. And then the streets will just do to him whatever they do to him, right? Or, you know, while he still has a shot at being a real, actual member of society, and again, I understand what I say with respect to what society is. I understand what I'm even implying there. But, you know, if you're going to have a person who, when he is, you know, when his mental health is in the right place, you know, he's within a family where he has access to a certain lifestyle, he has access to certain money and certain trusts and all of this. That's probably what's best for him. But then do not, if he thinks he's going to access all of that, that's only by saying, well, if you fuck up, we're going to have you put in prison. Meaning we're going to call the cops. And these are people who were apparently willing to have him signed on to a conservatorship, right? Meaning to legally do shit to him against his own will. Right? Or maybe, I don't know, can you agree to that? I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. We're going 68, Bubba. You're going to have to take the hint. I know you want to ride the ass of my trailer at 71 because I'm a sitting duck out here, but let's just go ahead and get around me there, sir. Y'all tip your bit when you perfectly speed up as I'm just now getting in front of you. You tip your hand. Let's go ahead and pass. Is that an empty flatbed I see? Trying to get the fuel bonus? No, you're loaded. Got pipe. It's pipe. And I've said it before about Nick, and I'll say it again. Why was his sister living in her own house down the street? And he's in their guest house or whatever on the property. Like, why? What is going on? So it's okay for her to be a bum and they buy her a house, right? Why does it? So you can see that on some level, he was like the family scapegoat in a way. You know, he's got a brother. Now, the brother probably has a job and his own money and all this, but couldn't the other brother be a bum if the other brother wanted to be a bum? But why is it okay for the sister to be a bum? I've never been able to discover that she's done anything with her life whatsoever. Oh, but she's a little chicky poo, so it's okay? Is that how society works? You're just going to be a deadbeat bum, and that's okay? Because you got a vagina and you're kind of cute? Just pretend to maybe possibly be taking meetings, and maybe you're going to do this, and maybe
Yeah, there's people in Southern California make an entire career out of just taking meetings. You know, they've got this project in the works and that project in the works, and nothing really ever comes of any of it. You know, that's a whole career apparently. But how come America, half the YouTube comments about the Rob getting murdered and all this is all about Nick was mollycoddled. What about his sister living in her own house up the street that I can't even tell has ever had a job in her life and is known for doing absolutely nothing? Why is it okay that she lives in a house and gets taken care of? That's nobody. What do you think she gets a month? And next thing you know, people are like, "Oh my God, can you believe his parents paid all his expenses that gave him 10 G's a month?" Absolutely. How much time have you spent in Los Angeles? 100%. He can spend that money. No fuck. He can just spend 10,000 a month fairly easily, up and beyond your other living expenses. This ain't. He doesn't live in Iowa, folks, or even Texas. He's in Southern California. His dad's one of the most famous people in entertainment to this day, or was. Fucking household name. Like, what are we doing as a, you know, again, the idea that there's going to be a society or people. How are you going to have a society and it's okay for her to be a bum, his sister to be a bum up the street, and he's expected to do all this stuff? You know, but they can't have him in his own house because what will the neighbors think when he's in there doing drugs and all this? Right? See, we see now it's all about Rob's narcissism. And, you know, I don't use that word a lot because I understand that term is misapplied and overused. But see, it's all Nick as an extension of Rob. So it's really, at the end of the day, it's how does this make Rob look? Well, nobody cares that his daughter lives in the house up the street and does absolutely nothing whatsoever. Social media. It just hangs out in LA. Meanwhile, if you were from LA and you had access to a certain amount of money, you'd also have a good time living and hanging out in LA. There's a lot of shit to do. The weather's lovely. You know, if you grew up there with a famous father, you're going to know a lot of people who also are into doing a lot of fun, interesting things. But yet, the vacuousness and all of that is there, sure. Of course it is. But so you want to have a proper society, talk to her like you talk to Nick. Because you think Nick doesn't understand all of these dynamics. At a certain point, he's got to be going like, well, why am I bad? Why am I wrong? What have I done? You know. And then Rob's worldview was more important than his own son. He wasn't free to just say, well, listen, this is my son. I love him. I'm not going to let him do a bunch of drugs. If we got to send him, if we got to Robert Downey Jr. his ass, we're going to Robert Downey Jr. his ass. Remember, all of them movie roles, you know, this Avengers, Tony stuff, that's only because motherfucker said, you going to prison, partner. He was so bad on drugs, they had to put that fool in prison in California. They put his ass in prison. That's how bad on drugs he was. Saved his fucking life. That's what Dr. Drew will tell you. That's how they saved That's how they saved Robert Downey Jr.'s life. You think they didn't try everything before they put his ass in prison? They put that motherfucker in prison. They wouldn't do, Nick, I guess, wasn't talented or useful enough to do him the fucking courtesy of putting his ass in prison. Or maybe just county jail. I don't know that Downey went to prison. I know he did an extended period of time, at least in jail, wherever the fuck they sent him. They sent him somewhere. And he finally understood, oh, I can't live in this world and do drugs. They won't let me live in this world. But guess what? Some people get to live in that world and do drugs, like Bam Margera. They wanted him to make the Jackass movie, and they wanted him to pay for all his own drug treatment and drug testing and all of this, they wanted him to be on certain drugs while they all got drunk on the set, except for Steve-O. And you know, Steve-O's, I don't even want to get into Steve-O. That's a whole other thing. But, you know, they want to do what they're doing. Johnny Knoxville's a fucking drunk. And, you know, just telling it like it is, he's a drunk. And I think maybe he stopped drinking. He definitely was a drunk. And, you know, people like Bam and Nick, they're like, what are you talking about? You can't, how are you going to do this to me? You won't do this to other people. But it's like, see, Robert Downey Jr. understood it. And he probably, like, is talented enough and, like, really wanted to be an actor. And he needs the industry. Bam is like, well, fuck it. I did this shit on my own. I started Jackass. I mean, he really did in some ways. He's just responsible for that as anybody else. And he's like, yo, well, I don't fucking need y'all. Do my own. And he's right. He's doing his own thing. And, you know, Robert Downey Jr. is like, well, they're forcing me to live this certain type of lifestyle or they won't work with me. And, you know, there wasn't a path. He couldn't just make all his own movies to star in, right? It's like, well, he probably understood what level of movie star he could be. Like, well, does he want drugs or does he want to be a movie star? You know, they forced him to choose. You know, why wasn't Nick forced to choose? Hey, buddy, you're gonna get off these drugs and, you know, hang out in LA and enjoy your life, or you're going to motherfucking prison. You pick one. We don't really, you know, we would prefer, since we love you, that you don't go to prison, but, you know, we're not going to do this thing where, you know, we've outlawed full frontal lobotomies and then, you know, just one day, you know, looking back on it, it's probably somewhat foreseeable that he was going to do something along these lines, right? So now you look at why did people do what they done and what was their motivations? Are these really loving parents? I would say probably not. Right? Did they love that kid? I see little to no evidence. And they're like, well, what about all this money and like, yeah, again, that's if Rob doesn't fucking sign his kid up for the trust and, you know, all of this, the bloodline and the birthright and all of this, that reflects on Rob. You know, realistically, that was simply not an option. So now you get into the, hey man, you're welcome in our guest house, but you can't do drugs. He doesn't control whether or not he does drugs. That's not up to him at this point. Just like it wasn't up to Robert Downey Jr. at a certain point. And it wasn't until Robert Downey Jr. was convinced that, oh, I'm gonna end up in prison for the rest of my life if I keep behaving this way. Or literally on the fucking streets with the rest of the drug users. People, but who can live that life? And it's like, oh, there's the guy from Less Than Zero. He's just on the corner over there picking at his scabs, right? Like, you know, it's got to be rough enough being a regular junkie. But imagine that. It's like people drive by and they know who the fuck you are, right? Like, you know, 30% of everybody that looks out the window when they drive by knows who the fuck that is over there. Hey, isn't that such and such in that movie? Sure is. It's not my fault that people can't think their way through all of this either, bro. And then, middle America is aghast at the idea of 10 G's a month. 10 grand is nothing. $120,000. You could wipe your ass with it at this point. Like, for real. It's nothing. That's a comically small amount of money. Yeah, I could live for a long fucking time on, you give me 10 you give me 10 bundles, 12 bundles of 10 G's. Yeah, I can live on that for a long time too. So what? So fucking what? My new thing is I like to just Google how much did a 4-pack of AA batteries cost in 1980. It's like, between $2 and $2.50. Oh, okay. What's $2 in today's money? $7.81. Interesting. Now tell me again about the record high inflation. And I got Nick Johnson showing his ass in his video talking about, the boomers in 1980 could do this, that, and the third. Yeah. And they were paying the same amount for 4 AA batteries that I'll pay less. When I go to Walmart and buy 4 AA batteries, I don't pay $8. Now I can, depending on I can go for the higher level if I want to. And what Americans haven't figured out yet, what common Americans haven't figured out is, because I heard Adam Carolla talking about this, and he said, yeah, frugality is one thing. He said, I'm frugal by nature. Benton is too, but this is what Adam said. But he said Adam figured out at a certain point, it's just easier for a person like him with talent to just make more money. That's less of a headache and it's less stressful than, especially having a family and trying to coach these other people up into being frugal. He said it's easier for him to just shut the fuck up and go make even more money so they can blow it. Right. And just watch his wife and his 2 kids blow his money. And he didn't say it that way, but that's what he meant. And then you had the process. He's going to buy a bunch of race cars, and then, nobody really believed it. And I don't think he didn't buy the cars initially because he thought they were investments, but some of them cars have gone up 10 times their value of what he paid for them. Like literally. He talked about buying like an old Ferrari or an old Lamborghini, but nobody was into old Lamborghinis at the time. He just liked like old Lamborghini Miura. He just liked the car. But remember, he grew up in LA. He probably every once in a while when he was a kid probably saw a Lamborghini Miura driving around and was like, what is that? And then looks it up and, gets interested and thinks it's a cool car. The next thing you know, it's whatever year. And he's like, I wonder how much a Lamborghini Miura costs. Look, there's a luxury used car dealer because he's from LA. And it's like, they want $150,000 for it in 1989 or whenever he started making money, 1997. Or 200,000, and you talked about how for years people were almost confused as to why he even owned a car like that. And he said, now today that's a $2.1 million car. It just took a while for people to sort of discover, look, Lamborghini made these really cool cars back in the day, and for some reason nobody really gave a fuck. But because he's into cars, he bought a few of them. And now his hobby it happens to be worth. So he had to also realize at a certain point, it's easier for him to just make more money than to deal with his desire to own a Lamborghini Miura, even for $200,000. And the part where it's now worth $2 million, well, that's just a good fortune. He didn't buy it thinking, this is going to be worth $2 million one day. And he bought it and said people were legitimately confused. It's like, why are you driving around in that? Like, what is this? This is strange. And then now that's a cool car. So now you're pulling up in a $2 million car. Same car, same bozos. They're no longer confused. Because it says America and we only measure in money. And they can Google that shit, point their phone at it, and say, okay, Google, what kind of car is this? And what is its value? The 1977 Lamborghini Miura, original MSRP was this price, and now valued between 1.7 and. So he even talked about he would be around car guys back in the day, and sometimes they'd kind of shit on him and be like, "What'd you pay for that?" The people who know about these cars, it's like, "I paid $225." They're like, "Man, that paint's rough for $225," and they're trying to imply that, maybe it was worth closer to 170. And he's just like, "Okay, man, I heard you. Like, I paid 225. Like, I don't know what to tell you." And then he said, "Meanwhile, it's 2.1 million today." It's like, meanwhile, he's like, "Yo, it was worth 225 to me. I didn't give a fuck about if I care that much. I'll just have it painted." After all, what's the point of being rich? You can't have your own fucking cool car painted. Ain't that the whole point of being a rich guy? Is like, isn't half the point of Benton driving cheap cars and paying cash is, part of it is, yeah, I might choose to pay 5 G's for a fucking ridiculous Mickey Mouse fucking Nissan Versa hatchback, and some might say, "Oh, well, you need a dependable car. What if it breaks down?" Yeah, I'll buy another one. What do you mean? What if it breaks? I have the money to buy another one. What are you talking about? Or I'll fix it. I don't know. Part of this got to have a dependable car is you already know, and not you, the listener, a lot of people understand if it breaks down, they don't have the money to fix it. So now you're talking about, oh, I want to be able to take it to a dealer under a warranty. Well, good luck with that. Number one, good luck with that. Number two, just whatever. And I think half the reason why most of my used cars never bothered to break down in the first place is I think they understood on some level, I'll just sell the fucking thing and buy another. Give a fuck. I fucked around and had the transmission fluid serviced on a Toyota Corolla that I bought used. I'm sorry, a Toyota Camry I bought used. And it's a nice car too, 90s model, like a 92 Camry, or I want to say V6, burgundy with the gold pads. It's a nice car, man. Leather, very nice for what I pay. I got a fucking deal on it, like 3 G's. It's a really nice car, and I didn't completely understand the implication of not changing the filter. And the oil change place that had invested in the fancy machine, they didn't understand on some level. They got to know that your customer's not showing up with his own transmission filter, and yet he might seem like a know-it-all, but that's his personality. And I just didn't fucking know that you pretty much have to change the filter at that time, or you ruin the transmission, which is what happened. And so then my Maxima that I owned outright, my 99 Maxima got wrecked, and I took it to find out what the body work was going to cost. And right about the same time I was having that, I fucked the transmission up, and took it to the same mechanic, and he was basically like, I was basically like, "Look, I need to fund the fucking car," and he was like, "Well, I'll take that Camry and fix my Maxima. We'll call it a day." I said, "All right, man. Give a fuck. It's a car. I sold my car for $500 to take this job." And I think there was some confusion because I was just meeting the owner of the company for the first time. I'm like, it's a car, man. Like, yeah, I'd prefer to keep it, but I was like, I need the job more than I need the car at this point. I didn't want to get into the details, but it's like I'm oversleeping it. I've slept in it about as many times as I'm willing to sleep it. I'm ready to move on to something else, at least for a while. I don't particularly enjoy sleeping in a car. I like sleeping in the big rig. That's a whole other thing. It's like I paid five. I'm not worried about the 5Gs. I got my 5Gs out of it. I bought this thing because I quit a truck driving job. They say they fired me. Either way, I moved out of a big rig into a motel room in Haltom City, Texas. Basically Fort Worth, $350 a week, and I stayed there long enough to scour Craigslist, and I found this car. And part of the reason I bought it was I said, "Hey, man, I got cash, and if I like it, I just told her, I said, if I like it, I'm going to buy it. Period. I can't promise you anything. If you bring the car to me, and I don't have to try to track you down when you're not at work, just drive the motherfucker over here. I've got the money. If I like it, bring the title. I'll buy that motherfucker." And that's exactly what happened. He showed up. I liked it. Here, we negotiated a price. I didn't realize it was rusted out because I was still pretty fucking sick. That's my excuse, but I didn't quite have all my faculties. It had Texas plates, so I missed the goddamn Connecticut dealer sticker. I was like, later on, I'm like, wait a minute. It's a fucking northern car? I'm like, oh, fuck. Yeah, the whole fucking bottom, it's rusted out, but oh well. I got my use out of it, but kills your resale. Either way, so really, realistically, 500 was, 1,000 would have been a fair price, but I got 500 in a pinch. It's a car, man. Who cares? I had no feelings whatsoever. I like the Camry. I went and found it on a lot. It was this some foreigner who, one of these guys that wants to, oh, you bought a car for me and let me take you to the strip club or whatever, like one of them type of dudes from, I don't know where he's from, Libya or somewhere, probably Lebanon. Like, yeah, man, I'm not really that into strip clubs, but sure, we'll go hang out we'll look at some titties together in celebration of this deal, whatever. Maybe he needed to sell a car. I don't know. I showed up with 3Gs, drove away with the Camry. That's how it's supposed to work in America. Like, why are those days over with? And some of that is this, if we're going to do everything through consumer credit, well, that's corporate. Now you're going to do everything, and now it's Carvana. We turned our nose up at Carmart back in the day. It's like, why would I go to Carmart when if I got half a brain, I can save up $3,500 and get just as good of a car as whatever they're going to sell me for $7,000. Oh, but they're going to half-ass pretend to give it a warranty. And, if it blows up 1 week after I drive away with it, they'll probably, work with me. It's like, part of the negotiation is when I'm handing the used cars, the person selling their used car, the money, it's like part of that is, hey, man, if this thing blows up tomorrow, I'm not calling you. As long as I'm reasonably sure that you're not intentionally scamming me, it's a taillight warranty. As soon as you can't see my taillights, it's mine. I'll drive out of here once I drive out of here, blows up tomorrow, that's on me. That's part of the reason I'm getting a deal. It's part of what I'm negotiating for. But yeah, most everybody I knew wasn't going to Carmart back in the day. That was for somebody who couldn't or wouldn't save up to $3,500. Well, now they got to go. Your job is your credit their way into paying way too much for a car that ain't worth it, and they're going to have to hang on to it. And now it's like, oh, you're really going to put an engine in this thing? Well, I'm not putting a tranny in this '92 fucking Camry. But surprise, surprise, I just happen to have managed to, I've wrecked a lot of cars, but I happen to manage my perfectly good Camry that never had one mechanical problem except for an alternator, and that was a salvage title, and I'm pretty sure it was a flood car. I fired that bitch up, drove it around, and I said, this engine and this transmission are fucking tip top. I'll just take my chances with the electrical gremlins. So I had my buddy look at it, and he's like, man, I think that's a flood car. And I was like, huh? I said, maybe they put a new engine in it. I don't fucking know what they done to it. Maybe, the engine got hydrolocked and they just bought a used engine. I don't know what they did to it, but it's worth $3,000 to me. It's funny because when the people sold it to me, they hem and hawed, and the guy's like, I got to call my wife. It's like, I didn't say nothing. It was like, oh, I see who wears the pants. And she came down, and of course, and I get it from his perspective. He's going to have trouble explaining to her why he only took $3,000 or whatever for it. But it's like, I know that as soon as I pull the cash out and start counting it, that's a wrap. Cash is king. As soon as she saw that wad of bills, it was over. And look, it's Arkansas. Nobody's trying to buy a fucking 99 Camry. I'm sorry, Maxima. And see, here's how dumb these people are. They bought it because gas was whooping their ass. And they thought, because they drove full-size pickup trucks and SUVs, they thought, well, that's a gas saver. It's a V6 inline. It's an inline six performance fucking six-cylinder. You're crazy. If I really drove it intentionally, I could maybe get 20 miles a gallon on that thing. You just drive it around town, it's 15 miles a gallon. Gas saver, are you out of your mind? How do people not know this? 15 to 17 around town if you're lucky. Put your foot in it, you can get down to 12 pretty quick. And yeah, it was back then, that was a good engine. You're going to want to put your foot in it from time to time. This ain't 2026 where everything's got 700 horsepower. And that's my negotiation was, I got the money, here's the money, and that's I think who was I with? I'm trying to think. I guess that was ex-wife number 2. It was like, yeah, I understand I drove here, but that's my wife and that's my car, and I'll go get it. I'll take my wife and my car, and I'll drive right the fuck out of here without this car. It's really up to you. I'm here, the car's here, the money's here, the title's here. Let's just do it. Or you guys can go back to dealing with a bunch of bozo tire kickers who are going to tell you a bunch of bullshit. As we know, with the used car like that, it's a bunch of people who they got half the money or whatever. They think they're going to get the other half, but they never are. It's like, or you can keep talking to an endless succession of people who ain't going to have the money, but they're going to create a fantasy world, and they're going to think they're going to have. They're not like they're never. I don't even have to say it. They're never going to have the fucking money. They've already dealt with enough of those people. It's like, I'm here, you're here, my wife's here. She's here to drive us away in our other car. I'm here to drive this car. Let's fucking do this. I understand y'all want 500 more. I'm not giving you. I won't give you $3,001. So I don't know what to tell you. Here's my 3 G's. Do you want them? And no offense. No hard. I'm not mad at nobody. But I'm absolutely prepared to drive the fuck out of here. I don't know what that was on the shoulder, but I almost hit it. It's like, look, table upside down with the fucking legs up. That would have been a steer tire blowout. I was headed that way. I look over, I'm like, well, we can't hit that. That's not an option. That would have been real bad. That could have been a rollover, potentially. Especially if I just hadn't seen it at all. Hear the fucking tire explode. This will be interesting. But see, that's another reason I should make at least 50% more than I make. It's like, yeah, that's why it's a dangerous job. One of the most dangerous, because I run over something, if I barely cross onto the shoulder and there just happens to be something there and I don't see it, and I happen to hit it, the fucking tire explodes, this whole bitch rolls over and catches on fire, I might be killed at any fucking time. Just a total accident. Wrecked him. Turned out it did kill him. So this idea that, it's all this inflation and, new cars, I couldn't go. I had a job at a certain point. I had a job. My wife had a job. We couldn't just go get a fucking car necessarily on some car payments. And eventually, me and my first wife did, and we had a mortgage and all of this. But yeah, there's always periods of time where that's possible. But, I think a big problem is Americans have allowed themselves to believe a lie, which is that because they're Americans, they are entitled to that. It's like, no, you're not. You're not entitled because you have a fucking income and your wife has an income. None of that entitles you to be able to get a car loan and a mortgage. It just, yeah, you might be able to, you might not be able to. Even then, since neither one of us particularly gave a fuck about having good credit, I definitely didn't have good credit, but what? I don't know what we got on the car loan. Right, 10%. I don't remember. I know at that point, if they tried to sign us up for whatever crazy 20% or whatever, I just would have been like, no, we ain't doing that. So I'm sure they signed us up to the highest I would agree to, which probably would have been around 10%. I knew we didn't really have the credit to negotiate beyond that. I knew enough about it. And then you got, again, these videos that filter out from TikTok. It's like, these people don't understand the concept of compound interest. They just don't know what that is. It's like, nobody taught us. It's like, listen, man, you got to be curious on some level. Yeah, I understand that bizarrely, because I was born into a time warp and I'm 50 now, we actually had a class in high school and they actually taught us about compound interest. They taught us about checking accounts, and I remember in school they taught us how to write out a personal check. Why I happened to catch the tail end of this is anybody's guess, but I did. So, I remember, yeah, they did used to teach Americans the bare basics, but guess what? It was the bare basics. And do you think, I didn't become some kind of expert on compound interest, but, they taught me the concept and I understood the concept. And I won't even say they taught it to me. They attempted to teach it to me. Now, I will say, as far as credit cards and consumer credit, I think the corporation should have to be responsible. The customer needs to understand what they're agreeing to. Meaning, I think you have to have some kind of mechanism where the person signing the contract understands the concept of compound interest. Now, would a lot of people still look? At one point, me and ex-wife number 2 bought a 2000. We didn't buy it. We had a car loan on the 2009 Corolla, like 28% interest. Believe me, I knew exactly what that meant financially, which is like, yo, we're about to just give a whole bunch of money in the form of interest to these people. And, a year's going to go by and we're basically going to owe the same amount of money on this car that's now going to be worth less money than when we bought it. Like, oh, I was fully aware of that. Did it anyway. That's just what we were doing. Some people, that's just what they're doing. It doesn't matter if they understand it or not. But I think half these people, if they actually understood what they were getting into, would just simply wouldn't do it. They would find another way. They'd say, well, shit, I guess we are going to figure out how to live with mommy and daddy long enough to save up cash. And we're either not going to drive, if that's an option, or we're always going to have the money for a car. Meaning by the time this one is kicking the bucket, we got to have the next amount of money available to replace it. So, part of the idea of buying a truck and being an owner operator is, guess what? You're going to have to junk that truck at some point or just sell it for whatever it's worth. And you have to have the money to buy the next truck while maintaining enough money. If God forbid the engine blows up on this one, I got to have the 20 minimum to have the engine fixed. And, really you're looking at probably 30 by the time you factor in the downtime. And, you're looking at 30 G's on a big rig for an engine blowing. And then I still see people think they're going to go be owner operators. Okay. My thing was, by the time I had the money to buy a nice truck, nice to me was, oh, I can get a 99 fucking International with a Detroit diesel, which is historically good. I think it's a S60 or something. 12-liter, really good engine at the time for 10 G's, and I can get like a really nice one for like 15. But I'm going to have to, it's manual, they're all manuals. Just even the ones that are automatic were terrible for back then. It's like, yeah, I just really don't want to. It's like I'm able to shift. I just don't fucking want to. So, but then it's like, I'm also thinking like I gotta have to have 15 to 25,000 at all times to fix this bitch. Otherwise, I'm back to company driving. It's like, nah, why? For what? Because you got a guy on this Trucking the Seven Seas guy YouTube channel. He's bought his own truck that he owns and doesn't have to make payments on. He understands that he's responsible for the maintenance. But my thing is, hey, buddy, he doesn't seem to understand that if he thinks he's going to continue to be an owner operator, every week he makes his check, some amount of that money has to go to pay for the next truck. Like, buddy, there's a next truck on the horizon. Where's the money to buy that truck? Now, maybe he has it. I don't fucking know. It's like, yeah, you thought you made $70,000 last year, but then, and maybe you're going to make 90 this year, but then what if you have to buy a truck year 3 and you didn't save any money? Now it's like, okay, you actually didn't make 70 and then 90 because the cost of this truck you're about to buy is coming out of that money you made. I make $1,800 a week and it's my fucking money. I'm not taking the cost of another truck out of my $1,800. And this is why a lot of people can't be business people. It's like your mind has to already know that. So he's talking about his trailer. He bought a used trailer. I think he's making payments on it. But he's had some maintenance costs. His trailer's been costing him a lot of money, tires, brakes, and such. And he's thinking about selling his trailer and just doing what they call power only for like Amazon. And so he's thinking about, oh, he just won't have trailer costs. And I'm like, I type in his comments, I'm like, buddy, do you know if you hook up to one of Amazon's trailers, and it needs its tires replaced or whatever, are you the one that takes it to the shop? They pay for it, but you're standing around waiting for this thing to get fixed. That's your time, man. That has a monetary value. You can't run a business. That's a cost. I understand you're not outlaying cash. If you're there for 3 hours, that has an amount of money attached to it that you just lost. Your business lost 3 hours. Or now what if the load's late? What if now the broker wants more money? What if there's a lot of what ifs, right? What or the broker on the next load, like a domino effect occurs, right? Because he's not going to be, he was talking about maybe pulling mostly for Amazon. And it's like, yeah, but if you end up doing other things in conjunction with that, it's like it's never occurred. He's not a dumb person. It's just a person's mind either works that way or it doesn't. My brain just naturally works that way. And meanwhile, I have no desire to run a business at this point. Well, none. And if I did, it damn sure wouldn't be truck driving. Now, if I won the lottery, I might buy a truck and just go lease onto somebody. And well, guess what? I'm living in the fucking truck. And I know worst case scenario, I can live cheap as fuck, drive the thing 6 months out of the year, and it's paid for, and I can make sure to save enough. Again, if I decide to buy the next truck, I can manage all of this and live cheap and work half the year, and it'll be fine. And part of I can tell why he's doing what he's doing, trucking the 7 C's guy, is he just sort of thinks it's fun to experiment and sort of see what's possible. And I get that, but at the end of the day, at a certain point, it's still his time, and he's realizing like, oh, there's people making $1,800 a week on a 1099, doing more or less the same job he's doing. But I'm not, when the truck starts making noises, I ain't worried about it, other than, oh, great, now I might end up, on my break and I'm ready to go to sleep and the fucking truck's at the shop. Like, that's an annoyance. It's not now I've got to, explain to a broker why their freight's not going to get where I promised it would be. Now they're wanting to have some, oh, and listen what happened to this guy. I love this. And this is, so he got real involved in the not liking the immigrants. And, he said some shit that was just straight up racist in my opinion, but I mean, whatever, that's his right. I don't hold that against anybody, but I grew up with a bunch of black folks. I've heard a lot of black folks say a bunch of racist stuff, but believe me. And I've heard a lot of white folks say a bunch of racist stuff. But he said some things that I would consider racist. Y'all heard how I talk at times. That's a fairly high threshold to cross, and I don't think he even realized that it's racist. But the next thing you know, and he's also, it's to blame the low rates on, well, it's the foreigners' fault. It's like, well, actually, it's the fault of the people who let the foreigners come do all of this. But either way, he had a breakdown, and the broker had the right to have somebody else come pick his trailer up. He owns the trailer. This happened to him twice. And the second time, the dude barely spoke English. And some of the time, they just steal the motherfucking trailer, like, for real. Sometimes this happens to some owner operator, and their trailer's just, it's gone, never to be seen again. Like, that really happens. So, he ends up getting his truck fixed, and he rushes down there and actually gets to the receiver before the other guy does, because the other guy had to take a break, I guess. Which that's probably a good sign that the foreigner's not just driving until he, physically can't drive anymore. At least trying to go by the hours of service, but so he's getting down there in a big hurry to try to get his trailer back before, because the foreigner, he don't know any different. If dispatch tells him to go pick up, hey, we'll go pick this load up. What's he care? He's a company driver. It's like they told him to go hook up to this other guy's trailer, and now they got him picking up. This is all the same to him. What's he care? He might not even understand what's happening. Next thing you know, it's up. It's up to the owner operator to find his fucking trailer. Who would want to? I wouldn't want to deal with that. Who would want to do? I would have no desire to deal with that. Why? For what? That sounds horrible. And guess what? He's now makes less than me, but even before these recent breakdowns and reversals in fortune, he still was making about the same money I'm making. I just don't see the point. And I'm in a brand new truck, and I don't particularly care about that. I kind of like the old truck better in certain ways. It had for some reason, it had like a heavy duty front axle setup, which was really nice. I don't know that I've ever driven a truck like that. It's the front end. It was a Freightliner, but the front end was just totally different. I think it's pretty badass in that way. And I idled it, which it's better in some ways, worse in other ways. One thing I like about idling it is if somebody parks next to me at the truck stop and their truck's making some weirdo, oddball, disturbing noise, I can't really hear it over my engine. And between my earplugs and my engine. But again, it's a truck stop. Truck stops are surprisingly quiet. That's one thing I never would have guessed, how there's really not a lot going on. Lot lizards aren't really a thing. I trip out on how people want to. It's just a funny concept. It's like, I hate to break it to you. Most of them's dudes. And I don't mean dude looks like a lady. I just mean dudes. Male sex workers. I don't know what to tell you. I lived in the streets with nothing long enough. I can spot. It's fairly easy to spot a sex worker, regardless of whatever else they got going on. It's fairly easy for me to spot one, especially in the context of a truck stop. Somebody hanging around a truck stop. I think maybe half, and I won't even talk about it. I've talked about it before. It's pointless. So we need to go into that. It's like, I had to knock on the truck door one time, and as rookies, we got told about that. And that they even said, and maybe this is something from the old days, because it was this idea that, if the lot lizard comes knocking, you don't want to have to worry about them maybe, vandalizing your truck or cutting your airlines or whatever. It's like this idea of, just tell them, you're married, you don't want to be unfaithful to your wife. It's like, I don't know, man. If I got to tell them something, I might be more inclined to say, listen, lady, no offense, but you got to pay me. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. Yeah, that'd be the truth. So it's like, I heard the knock. It's like, well, I'm not. Why would I answer that? I don't see any advantage. I mean, if the truck gets vandalized, I don't control that. But it's like, I don't see any reason to answer the knock on this door. So that's the only time that ever happened. And I never didn't even bother to look out the curtains, but I'm pretty sure it was some version of that. Or a desperate enough panhandler, maybe. Again, probably a male sex worker if it's somebody pretending to panhandle. It's like, once the begging fails, I don't know what might be offered. Not my business at the end of the day. A bit of a live and let live type of dude. I don't know, man. I can't really be worried because some sex worker might knock on my door in the middle of the night. It's like, well, if they do, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll know how to handle it. A lot of it's just folks who, they're from middle part of the country and they don't know a lot about cities. A lot of these truck stops are in, near larger cities. They end up interacting with type of folks they wouldn't normally interact with. But I'm pretty sure if I actually said, listen, no offense, you'd have to pay me, I'm pretty sure they'd understand what I'm getting at. Which is halfway like, look, maybe, just human body to human body, maybe I would be open to this on some level. But it's like, if you're trying to attach money to it, I'd be the one getting the money, not you. So, which is some version of I can go get laid if I'm trying to get laid. If that was on the menu for tonight, I would have already went and done it. So I'm here resting. So best of luck. We'll see you next time. Or we won't see you next time. If they're mad at that, I can't help it. But it's like, I'm not. They would have had to knock a bunch of times for me to. But yeah, don't be rude to them and be like, hey, get the fuck out of here. I'm trying to sleep. Yeah, I can understand, in their own desperation, somebody getting angry because they got treated harshly and then maybe slashing a fucking tire or whatever. Sure. It's all this leave me alone because I got a wife talk. Because it's kind of implying that otherwise I might be willing to pay for their services. Like, well, no, I wouldn't. No, I would not. We are getting the mileage on the truck, though. I'm going to be forced to ask them about a PM. And I'm supposed to be taking a few days off here pretty soon. So I think what's going to happen is I'm going to bite the bullet and just go to a hotel and probably just drop the truck off, leave it overnight. Or, I don't know, if I got to go up there and, drive it into the bay and drive it out of the bay or whatever. Whatever I got to do, but just park it at the truck stop. I don't want to deal with it. It's part of life where I'm expected to get the truck fixed on my 10-hour breaks. Like I'm not doing it. We're not doing that. I don't like to lie. I'll just straight up, I'll do anything I have to do to short of saying, listen, man, it's my 10 hours. I'm not doing that. Yeah. But I ain't doing it. It's one of the drawbacks of living in the truck. It's like, when it's got to go in the shop, usually I can't be in the truck. Sometimes they just let me stay in the truck. They're like, yeah, man, just, don't blow up our spot over here. whatever. Excuse And then this, I don't know what Loves has done, man, but Loves has fucking brainwashed everybody into their shops are the fucking worst. It's just, God, it's horrible. And I've never had anything done at a Loves that didn't take fucking ever. And one time, Balkan's like, hey, we need you to fucking get the trailer inspected, the annual inspection on the trailer. Oh, yeah, just take it to Loves, blah, 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 You can do it. You do it when you think they're not busy. Oh, it's not going to take long. And I'm thinking, man, it's going to be 3 hours. I promise you. In my head, it's like 3 hours. It was 3 motherfucking hours. They weren't busy. Nothing was going on, really. You know why? Because their techs wander around and pretend to work. Now, at TA, the shop ain't nice. It's old and grimy, right? The counter's not all nice and spick and span. The person may be slightly low, kind of unwashed, maybe not as cheerful and friendly. But I blew a drive tire in West Memphis in the damn Walmart parking lot because I didn't see this tall ass curb and I was heavy loaded and I fucking backed into a curb, blew up one of the drive tires. I drove to the Petro right up the road. Those blacks, everybody worked in there as black. They had me in and out of there in 45 minutes. Once they saw that I wasn't the type of cracker they was used to dealing with, rolled out the motherfucking red carpet. In and out 45 minutes. That's the way it ought to be. Now if they were real busy and slammed and hey, we're gonna get to you as soon as we can. Yeah, I'll wait. I don't give a fuck. There's multiple shops right in that area. I went straight to the Petro. And part of that is anytime I've had to deal with TA Petro, as far as repair, it's always went fairly well. I've never gone to Love's and it wasn't a fucking nightmare. Not one time. One time it was so bad, I just left. And the guy called me right after I left. And I think he knew. I think it happens a lot. And I was like, yeah, man, no hard feelings. Like, I ain't mad at y'all, but if you think if it's up to me and I know I can get it fixed somewhere else, you're just not getting my business. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not sitting around all day watching y'all your techs wander around pretending to work. And then maybe maybe the next shift will come in and choose. I have no idea. I was like, I'm not hanging out. So whatever. I'm not offended. I'm not going to leave a Google review, but I mean, damn, this is fucking shameful. Or it ought to be. At TA, man, I was like, hey, man, I know you're fucking not supposed to do this. Feel free to say no, but I think all I need to jump is, I'm happy to just give you $20 to, I know you got one. And it won't turn out it needs another problem. And I was like, I still gave him $20. Tried not to take the 20. I was like, here, man, take the fucking money. I said, if it had started, you did what you were supposed to do. It's not your fault that it's another problem. Here, take the fucking 20. So it was worth it to me that it might have started. And I could just avoid having to put it in the shop. And the amount of times I've managed to break down at the truck stop is pretty amazing. Only ever once ended up on the shoulder of the freeway or the interstate. That was the engine locked, blowed up the engine. Nothing I did, but she blowed up. Anyway, I guess I've rambled long enough. Bye.